Good evening, everyone. I call this March 25th, 2025 hybrid administrative meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. All 5 commissioners are present this evening. We're going to go ahead and start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Benson. Thank you very much, Commissioner Benson. Madam County Manager, are there any additions or changes to the agenda this evening?
There are none.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioners, same question, any changes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, that passes 5-0. And next up, we've got proclamations, and we've got 2 proclamations by Commissioner Baca. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like Beatriz Valencia and Lala Gonzalez to come up. You can stand at the podium. And thank you for being here. Linda Benavides, who is the mover and shaker behind this, is not able to be with us tonight. And so our thoughts and prayers for her. She's in the hospital and she's recovering, but she couldn't be here tonight. So,
Thank you.
Whereas Cesar Estrada Chavez was born on March 31st, 1927 near Yuma, Arizona, and became one of the most influential Latino American activists of civil and workers' rights in our nation's history, bringing justice to tens of thousands of farm workers. And Dolores Huerta, born April 10th, 1930, is still working to bring justice to millions of people around the country and has become the most influential advocate of civil and workers' rights today. And whereas farm workers at the time were subjected to inhumane treatment, working in hazardous, toxic, and unhealthy conditions without toilets or drinking water, exploited through low wages, and excluded from union representation. And whereas Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta dedicated themselves to the cause of justice and representation for farm workers, co-founding the National Farm Workers Association Union in 1962, directing the Community Service Organization and leading historic boycotts, marches, and strikes throughout the nation, immortalizing the movement through the slogan of "Sí se puede," yes we can. And whereas their guidance and courage have served as an inspiration for social justice, liberty, and unity across the country, posthumously earning Cesar Chavez the Presidential Medal of Freedom, awarding Dolores Huerta the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2012, and seeing countless streets, parks, and schools named after them, and both being honored with many accolades. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners does hereby honor and recognize April 5th, 2025 as the 32nd annual Recuerda a Cesar Chavez y Dolores Huerta Day celebration, RCCC.
Thank you.
And oh, I'm sorry, the backside of my page. And the board encourages all Bernalillo County residents to serve the community in their names and live their visions for social, economic, and environmental justice through non-violence. Done this 25th day of March, 2025 in Bernalillo County, state of New Mexico, signed by the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for this proclamation and for your continued support. I invite everyone in attendance to join us on Saturday, April 5th. It is a free community event. Dolores Huerta herself will be here. As you mentioned, she will be turning 95 this year, and she serves with such passion and spirit. And it's just such an honor to be in her presence and to have this celebration here at the National Hispanic Cultural Center, which is the only one in the nation. We will also be having our Marcha de Justicia, our March of Justice, and that will take place on Avenida Cesar Chavez and Avenida Dolores Huerta, where the two meet. Again, the only place in the nation that is. So we're very fortunate by the rich culture and history that we have and to be able to celebrate in that way. I just wanted to say the theme for our event is Sembrando el Futuro, Unidad, Justicia, Libertad y Acción para Todos. That's sowing the future, unity, justice, liberty, and action for everyone. So it's a family-free, family-friendly event, and we hope to see everyone there on Saturday, the April 5th. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to say anything?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you again for holding the incredible event. It's been such a staple in our community. Dolores Vuelta being here for New Mexico. She's such a gem and something our communities can be so proud of. Someone so strong fighting for liberty and our rights for such a long time.
Indeed.
And I just want to thank the commission and the folks that put together this incredible event every year. I know it inspired. I've been going it since I was young, always took my kids. And it's such an inspiring event that helps not only celebrate the past, but really sows the future. Like it brings fire to those young people that get to be there, learn about it, and hopefully continue the work. So thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Baca, for bringing it.
Thank you.
Ms. Valencia, Ms. Gonzalez, would you like to come up and
Yes,
give the
please.
proclamation and take a little picture?
You can just keep going, Commissioner Baca.
Thank you. I'd like Mr. Mike Canfield to come up. Where are you, Mike? Come on up. Please do, please. This is an acknowledgement by the Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners. Michael Canfield, outgoing president and organizations owned by the 19 pueblos of New Mexico and operating on tribal land within the city of Albuquerque. And acknowledging Michael Canfield, proud member of the Pueblo of Laguna and a dedicated servant to the community, contributing his leadership and vision to numerous boards and organizations, including the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance, Visit Albuquerque, Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce, Laguna Construction Company, New Mexico Gas Company, CNM Ingenuity, and the Near North Valley Neighborhood Association. And acknowledging, since becoming president and CEO of IPCC in 2011, Michael Canfield has guided the organization through a period of unprecedented transformation, including the redevelopment of the former Albuquerque Indian School campus into a thriving hub for business and culture that serves as a beacon of Pueblo heritage and innovation. And acknowledging, under his visionary leadership, Michael Canfield has spearheaded initiatives that have driven significant economic development, fostered employment, growth, and created abundant opportunities for the local community while maintaining a steadfast commitment to preserving and promoting Pueblo culture. And acknowledging that Michael Canfield has created legacy assets for New Mexico's 19 Pueblo communities and will continue to provide wealth, jobs, and resources for all 19 Pueblo communities for generations to come. and acknowledging Michael Canfield has been an advocate for Bernalillo County, the city of Albuquerque, and the state of New Mexico, tirelessly working to enhance public awareness of Pueblo culture and its contributions to the rich heritage of the region. Almost done, Mike. And
keep going.
acknowledging Michael Canfield will be retiring from his role as president and CEO of IPCC on March 31st, leaving behind a legacy of excellence, innovation, and cultural stewardship that will continue to inspire future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners does hereby extend its deepest gratitude to Michael Canfield for his outstanding leadership, dedication, and service, and honors him for his immeasurable contributions to the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, Indian Pueblo's marketing, and the community at large. The board wishes him every success and happiness in his well-earned retirement and future endeavors. Done this 25th day of March, 2025, in Bernalillo County, state of New Mexico. Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, and Commissioner Baca, thank you so much for this honor. It's really unbelievable, and I certainly do appreciate it. I just would like to say, this morning I was talking to employees. I'm almost done. I've got a few more days, and I'm probably going to call in sick the last day of work too, but because I've got to go on a motorcycle ride. But I told them that back when the governors asked me to work on this important project, the development across the street of the Indian School, I realized what an honor it was going to be, but what I didn't really realize is what a blessing it was going to be. The blessing comes from building relationships with people like you and the city and the state and the federal political leaders, the business community in Albuquerque, the near North Valley neighborhood. All of those relationships over the past 30 years that I've been involved are what I take away with is the most meaningful to me in having those relationships. We had a lot of success, but it didn't do it alone. I've got some members here, and I would like to have my replacement, Monique Frawas, here. She's from the Jemez Pueblo. She's been working there for the last 12 to 13 years. As a succession plan, she was the chief operating officer, and now she moves into the CEO role. And I've watched her grow, and I leave in complete confidence with her taking over. Also with me tonight is a board member, Bruce Bleekman, who's been on the board for many years and has been instrumental in providing his leadership and guidance. And then Marianne Billy, who's with us, is a special projects manager that works on a lot of those properties and has been very responsible for a lot of the things we've done there too. So if it's okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have Monique Frawa say a few words, and then we'll get on with this. So Monique.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, and Board of Commissioners Chair. Just thank you for honoring Mike and his legacy on our campus. It absolutely thrills me to see what has been built in the former Albuquerque Indian School. You know, it became dilapidated and closed down in 1981, and to come down and visit what it is today as a thriving business, art, and corridor within the Albuquerque region is just amazing. And it's Mike's visionary leadership and the board that has made that happen. And so I'm truly honored to be here today as Mike rides off into the sunset onto his next adventure and to lead the next chapter of the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. It's near and dear to my heart. I have generations of family members who have worked there, who attended Albuquerque Indian School, and I look forward to what's next. And working with the board and working with partners like you all here, we're going to make big things happen. And we're going to honor Mike's legacy on that next chapter. And so in closing, I just want to take a moment to invite everybody out to the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. And if you haven't been down recently, come down. We have new restaurants. We have exhibits that are happening. We have a new day spa that opened up. And so just come down and be a part of everything that we have going on. And thank you again for honoring Mike. It's truly impressive what he's done. And we're going to miss him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. We appreciate it. Okay,
Bruce, you want to say?
we want a picture? Yeah. Is it picture time?
Oh, I think we have another statement from the chair. Did you want to?
Both of us, I think.
I'm
want to say
sorry.
something. Commissioner Barbour, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, one minute.
1 minute.
I apologize.
You have to hear a little more. 1 minute. I just want to, nothing more could be said than what all the great things have already been said. But Mr. Campbell, I think the words like cultural stewardship and it's just, you are such an example of proof when we let our communities know what the solutions are. And when we center those that are most impacted and let them lead, let them come up with the solutions, then we create brilliance. And the work you've been able to do there impacts now and will impact generations to come. So I am just so grateful for your leadership, for your service to our community. I am so thankful. And to hear from you, I am so excited that you're passing on the torch and excited about the future. So just thank you overall and cultural stewardship. I think you embody that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, well done, and much reward to you. I just want to tell you it's been a pleasure, not just with the county working with you, but also on area and the chamber. You've been, the work you've done for the Pueblos and the Cultural Center have been impressive, just like Commissioner Barbeau is saying. But the impact has resonated in the region. And just as a citizen of Bernalillo County, I want to thank you. The work, it's just been such a positive impact. And I look forward to that continuing as you pass the torch on. So congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Appreciate those words.
All right, one more. I got to chime in here too. I just want to say what an incredible story this is, the story that you and your whole team have led. Just watching this space evolve since I was a little kid, honestly, the change that has happened there is really a testament to, as our vice chair said, what happens when we really empower communities and, showing what the entrepreneurial spirit of the tribes and the leadership that the tribes have empowered has done to that area, but also to benefit the tribes in perpetuity and really taking something that has a very checkered history and turning it into something that the whole community is proud of. And I just have to say, some of my favorite restaurants, the arts and the culture, all of the things that happen in that space are incredible, and had the opportunity to attend your gala for the first time this past year and really enjoyed that. The two of you tag teaming the MC role, did a great job, and just wonderful, all the stories that we heard there, the stories of the artists, and I can't say enough, and I'm really excited to work with you, Ms. Fragua, on the future and continuing to move that forward. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Come on up.
Okay.
All right, that's going to conclude our proclamations for the evening. We'll move on to public comment, and we have no communications items this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes. You'll be alerted to your remaining time. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium if you're speaking in person. Before making your statements, please state your name for the record, and to maintain order and decorum and in the spirit of professionalism and respect for everyone present in the chambers tonight, speakers must adhere to the 2-minute time limit. If the conduct of the presenter violates the rules, they may be subject to removal. Sayanti, can you please announce the names?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We have 7 speakers today, 5 in person and 2 online. I will start with the in person. Don Schrader, followed by Hallie Bird, followed by Gabriel Sayaz.
Don Schrader. The rate of crime among immigrants to the United States is lower than the crime rate of people born here. Most immigrants would prefer to stay in their home countries if conditions there greatly improved. Many immigrants take jobs here that people born here do not want. No human being is illegal. Sadly, many immigrants become addicted to U.S. factory fake food and their health suffers bad. Most people born in the U.S. had some ancestors many years ago who were immigrants with no legal papers. Many immigrants are escaping war, severe poverty, lack of freedom, caused largely by the U.S. government and greedy U.S. corporations. The filthy rich, mostly white racists at the top want to keep people below them fighting each other, low income and working whites against brown and black people, especially brown and black immigrants. I met very attractive bisexual 23-year-old Jose from Mexico in 1991. I made love more often to Jose than any other man in my life. I deeply loved Jose. Sadly, he was deported years ago. I do not know if Jose is dead or alive.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader.
Hallie Bird,
Hello, my name is Hallie, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm also a program manager with the Wilderness Society. Our mission is to unite people in protecting our parks, public lands, and wild places. I want to commend the Bernalillo County Parks team on their innovative community engagement and respect for the neighbors in the area who have shown such excitement for the investment that this council has made in Mountain View. The Parks Department has facilitated exemplary efforts to engage students at the elementary school and have worked across departments to provide community members with not only information about the parks, but other projects. I am confident that the Mountain View community, with the help of this council and the Parks Department, will have an incredible park that reflects their ideas. This process is in line with the county's PROS plan and will no doubt help the county achieve goals related to community health and accessibility. In engagement efforts I've seen, there's been lots of interest and excitement around providing park amenities, including play equipment that is accessible for community members of all abilities. I'm here to show support for this project and celebrate the special attention being paid by the Parks Department to inclusivity and increased access to play, parks, trails, and open space. We support the County Parks Department in leveraging their great work to secure more funding for this park from the state, from the feds, from whoever we can make this project happen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Berg. I have one question for you. Can you tell us again where what your affiliation is with the Wilderness
Yes,
Society?
I work for the Wilderness Society.
Okay, thank you so much.
Gabriel says, followed by Peggy Norton, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianalo.
Good evening. Good evening, President and distinguished commissioners. My name is Gabriel Sais. I'm a blue-collar member of the ASM CME, Council 18, Local 1461. I'm an employee with Parks Recreation and Open Space. I'm a park maintenance worker with land management. My duties include removing weeds during the growing season. I'm here to testify on behalf of my fellow employees that mechanically weed harding labor is hard and time-consuming, and it is extremely dangerous when working along the medians and along the roadsides. I'm here to humbly and respectfully ask the commissioners to pass the resolution brought forth that would allow the extension of the glyphosate moratorium. The resolution would allow the spot use of glyphosate on concrete hardscapes, safety landscapes such as road intersections, high-speed roadways and medians. I myself am a licensed New Mexico State agricultural, I'm a sprayer. as well as some of my fellow employees, to safely apply herbicide and pesticide effectively and control weeds and pests in our parks and open space areas. Speaking as a union maintenance worker, approval of this resolution would allow the spot use of glyphosate would make our work more effective, efficient, in controlling weeds. As a herbicide applicator for the Bernalillo County Council Recreation, safety with the proper safety precautions and proper PEE are always put first. And we make sure that we take care of ourselves. Approval of this resolution would allow myself and my fellow employees more time to maintain irrigation systems, athletic fields, parks, playgrounds, and open spaces where children and adults play and get together. Speaking humbly, I would just like to say I've done my own homework on this topic. It was ambiguous at best, and I read a myriad of articles pertaining to it because I myself am an applicator. And I can wholeheartedly say that I feel comfortable, given the proper equipment, the proper respirator, and the proper equipment used properly and applied. I believe wholeheartedly that it's safe, and that we ask that you would approve the resolution. I thank you for your time, and thank you for all of the things that you guys do for the county and making it beautiful, your benevolence and just your generosity in all you do. Thank you. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being here tonight, representing your fellow union members. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Peggy Norton.
Good evening, Chair Levis, Commissioners. My name is Peggy Norton. I spoke at the last meeting, and I also support the resolution, but for the point that it is temporary until we write an IVMMP. And I want to note that in the paper this morning, there was another $2.1 billion lawsuit assigned to Bayer for by a person using Roundup and getting cancer. I have sent comments to Olivas. I realized I maybe should have sent them to all of you, but it was on his floor amendment he introduced last time. I did send them to my Commissioner Baca. And there were a few points in that I do want to mention tonight. There was a statement about redone lands should be glyphosate-free in perpetuity, and I think the committee I worked on redid that according to the IVMMP. I support the in perpetuity phrase because I know that the IVMMP is going to use an integrated pest management plan, and from my experience with that, the bottom line is it allows herbicides. I think there is a lot of information out there that we can get from places. Las Cruces has had 5 years of this, that we could get some good information from them. The city of Miami also has been there for some years. And even though that's a different climate, there's still some of the things, processes they might use that we could learn from. Education that Levis brought up, we supported that, and we thought about that in the very beginning, that the public needs to look a little differently at not seeing nice green landscape mowed lawns in the parks. And so I just added some wordage to enhance that. And there was also a phrase of other herbicide usage, which I respect, that there are other things that may be just as dangerous. I'm not sure what was the intent of what we're going to do with that information. So maybe we could clarify that instead of just putting it in the IVMMP. Thank you for, I wanted to thank you also for the seriousness which you've taken with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norton.
Dr. Gerala Ducianalo.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and County Commissioners and staff. Dr. Gerala Ducianalo. I'm an alternative health doctor and minister. Here's a speech I learned to become a naturalized American citizen from U.S. history class. 250 years ago, March 23rd, 1775, Patrick Henry's famous speech, Give me liberty or give me that. Imagine delegates from all over Virginia assembled in Richmond at St. John's Church for the Second Virginia Convention in 1775. On March 23rd, they debated and voted whether the colony should arm a militia. Patrick Henry from Hanover County rose to make the motion to arm the militia for the defense of the colony. A crowd had assembled outside the packed church. When Henry spoke in support of arming the militia, his booming voice filled the church, and people outside strained to hear his address. George Mason, the father of the Bill of Rights, and wrote, he says, Patrick Henry is by far the most powerful speaker I have ever heard. Every word he says not only engages but commands the attention, and your passions are no longer your own when he addresses them. He is, in my opinion, the first man upon this continent in ability as well as in public virtues. Now, that's a quote. Now, Patrick Henry urged the delegates to vote for arming a militia. He pled with all the power of his eloquence and logic that they could no longer sit by idly, while King George III, in his tyranny and arrogance, ignored their petition and protest and prepared a military force to subdue and strip them of their self-government and their liberties. The king had become a tyrant, and it appeared he would mount an attack on the colonies. Henry predicted a resounding clash of arms between the British and Americans would be heard to the north on the plains near Boston. And I quote, I know not what course the others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me that. And this was Henry's motion narrowly passed. Thank you, and God bless New Mexico.
Thank you, Dr. Sionel.
We are now moving to our online speaker. First, Ms. Ward. Ms. Ward, can you hear us?
Ms. Ward, can you hear us?
I'm sorry. Can people hear me?
Ms. Ward, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We get a very faint audio signal from you, Ms. Ward.
Ms. Ward, if you could try again. Ms. Ward, one more time.
Doesn't look like we're getting audio from you, Ms. Ward. If we can try the next speaker, and we can circle back with you one more time when we're finished.
Janice Cardinians.
Ms. Cardenas, are you there? Seems like we may be having some audio issues with the Zoom. Ms. Cardenas, can you hear us?
It's not coming through.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it's coming through, so we're going to go ahead and conclude public comment. I'm very sorry we weren't able to get you in on the online speakers. So we'll go ahead and move to item 6, which is approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, could you please provide an ordinance number for items 6C and 6D?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item 6C is ordinance 2025-13, and 6D is ordinance 2025-14.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So the consent agenda has been published and made available to the public. Therefore, I move approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Barbara Baca. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Yes?
Yes.
Any opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. Item number 7 is adoption of ordinance amendment to county code. Madam Clerk, can you please issue an ordinance number for item 7A?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item 7A is ordinance 2025-15.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And if we can, Julianne, do you want to circle back to that public comment now? We think we may have a workaround. We have some audio interference, though. All right, well, we let them tee that up. We'll go ahead and continue on this item. So to our public commenters online, if you're still with us, hang tight till we're completed with this item, and then we'll circle back with you. So we'll go to the project revenue bond ordinance for Casitas de Camino, and we have Executive Development Officer Gonzalez to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. So the Bernalillo County Economic Development staff requests approval of the adoption of the ordinance for the Casitas del Camino Affordable Housing Project. And if we could go to the slide deck, we can go through this real quick. Cool. So first, what is a project revenue bond? So it's an economic development tool that we use for affordable housing, similar to industrial revenue bonds. Traditionally provides project, tax exemption for the project, which aids in the capital stack of the project. And in this case specifically, since it's the nonprofit Albuquerque Housing Authority, because they're issuing 4% tax credits, they also have to do bond issuance as well, and are also seeking volume cap from the State Board of Finance for the project to make the project feasible. This specific project is located on Coors and Central, and is going to be 42 new refurbished units that are existing, and an additional 46 units that will be built new, and a portion of the new ones will be reserved for families as well. As we said, the project's being funded by low-income housing tax credits, as well as funding from our folks at the city with the Workforce Housing Trust Fund, and commercial debt and equity will be going into the project as well. The total amount of the bonds that are being requested is $16.5 million. And again, the real property is already exempt because it's owned by the city of Albuquerque, since this is Albuquerque Housing Authority project. The term of these bonds will be 30 years, and they'll be providing an annual payment to us of $16,500 to the Economic Development Department. And then without this project revenue bond, the project would not be able to move forward because they would not be able to have 4% low-income housing tax credits, as well as not have the tax exemption of volume cap from the State Board of Finance as well. So without this process, the project would not move forward, and we would not see the refurbish of the 42 units or new 46 units. And so I stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Before we go to questions, if we could convene a public hearing, we'll now have a public hearing. And do we have anyone sign up to speak for this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no signups for this item.
Okay. So now we'll go to questions from the commission. Commissioner Frank Baca.
Thank you.
Your mic.
Thank you for the presentation, and it seems like a great project. I just have a couple of quick questions, just so I'm understanding. There's two complexes. One is currently built, is going to be renovated, and then a new complex separate that's adjacent. Is that correct?
Mic working? Or? There is 42 existing units on the site, and 46 new units would be constructed.
So my question is, for the new construction, is that property already owned by the Albuquerque Housing Authority?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Baca, yes, the property is already owned by the Albuquerque Housing Authority, and this was actually a number of different lots that they just now recombined through the city's process, and through that process, they did a lot of neighborhood outreach as well.
So my question then, I'm just looking at the documentation in terms of the cost breakdown on what's page 3 of 7 of the handout, is that, I was just trying to understand, why is there shown a figure of 900,000 for land costs?
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Frank Baca, let me ask Dan Foster, who's here from Albuquerque Housing Authority, can explain how they structure their deal.
Thank you, Chair Olivas, Member Baca. It is part of it's because this is part of a tax credit project, that the value of the property needs to be captured in the transaction. So the way it really works is Albuquerque Housing Authority takes a subordinate note for the, so it's not an actual cash transaction, but we have to have a note that's subordinate. It's about the fourth piece of debt down on the stack. So, but yeah, so it is a value that is incorporated into the deal. It's required by tax code, but it becomes a cost that gets buried down in the project, and it's financed by the housing authority.
All right, thank you. And in regards to, I'm not sure which of you gentlemen would answer this, but I think I read someplace that the renovation is going to occur first. Is that correct? And then the new construction afterwards?
Well, the renovation portion will be phased into two portions. So we have over 50% of the units are currently vacant. So on the rehab, that portion will happen first. The new construction will probably happen simultaneous with that first phase. But then when the first phase of rehabilitation gets completed, then their households will move into the new units, and then we turn over and then we rehab the newly vacated units.
Thank you. That was my question. What was going to happen to the people when they're?
Yeah, try to keep the disruption as minimal as possible. It's never fun living through, having a complex rehab, but we try to keep it as simple as possible and, do it in phases so there's minimal disruption to one portion of the site that's occupied. And then we only have to move the residents once from their existing unit into a newly renovated unit.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers to the questions. It sounds like a really good project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? I do have sort of one, or it might morph into more, but I guess it's just we're not that familiar with seeing a project like this, the PRBs in general, but then because it's the Albuquerque Housing Authority, it's not really a private developer, so to speak. It's a public developer, quasi-private kind of thing, because it's a nonprofit or however that works. So as I'm affirming here, we're not abating any property taxes or gross receipts or anything like that because you're already exempt from that. So I just kind of don't understand exactly what we are providing to the deal.
Mr. Chair, correct, we're not going to be exempting any taxes since they're already tax exempt, since the property is owned by the city of Albuquerque. But in order for them to actually issue out their 4% tax issuance, they need to have a bond, a project revenue bond attached to it. And so since we have a great relationship and working together, we're being the conduit issuer. They could have been gone through Housing New Mexico, which also has that ability, but because of our working relationship, they came through the county. And then with that bond piece, it also allows them to get the volume cap allocation from the State Board of Finance, which allows that debt portion when they issue it out to be tax exempt federally. And so they need us to be the conduit issuer on it.
Okay, I'm not sure, I still probably don't fully understand it, but I'm learning, and I appreciate you trying to get me there. So I do support the project, and it's a lot of good new and rehabbed housing units that we need. So
thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Barbara Baca and a second from Madam Vice Chair. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor signal in the affirmative.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. All right, now we are going to attempt to go back to public comment. We do want to hear from all of our speakers this evening if possible.
Mr. Chair, it looks like we only have Ms. Ward on. Ms.
Okay.
Ward, if you can hear me, if you want to go ahead.
Audible now?
All right, try that again. I think we're there.
I have an echo. I don't know is there an echo?
No, we
No.
can hear you well.
Okay, so I'm just going to start speaking. My comments are pertain to the glyphosate resolution, and I still find some issues with what was changed and presented for this meeting. And I think work needs to be done still on the document. Some of it just pertaining to how the wording is to make logical sense. And I think there was some lessening of the restriction, and I support some of Chairman Olivas's wording, like, for example, in perpetuity. And so I will also just close by saying, Ms. Norton already alluded to it, but on Friday, there was another $2.065 billion award to a plaintiff that sued Bayer and Monsanto because he acquired non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So just keeping that in mind. And I just want to remind the very first plaintiff who was awarded was also, he was a groundskeeper at a school. So it's not like he didn't have experience with pesticides, and safety is important. There are preventive, there are measures you can take to reduce risk, but you can't rule out the role of accidents, because accidents do occur and there can be significant bodily contact with toxicants. So I'll just leave it there and try to listen to the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ward. We appreciate you hanging on with us and working through the technical issues. I think we were able to hear everything you had to say, so thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 8, our adoption of resolutions. Madam Clerk, could you please provide resolutions numbers for the following items?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item 8A is AR 2025-29. 8B is AR 2025-30. 8C is FR 2025-31. And 8D is AR 2025-32.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, we will start working through these. First up, we've got Commissioner Barbara Baca with Economic Development Community Dialogues Resolution, which she is sponsoring, and so I'll let you run the floor for this.
Thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to staff, but we have been talking about this and the importance of engaging with the community as we move forward in all of these wonderful projects that we're talking about, industrial revenue bonds and incentives for economic growth in Bernalillo County. And at the same time, we want to really hone in on what those community benefits are that we are creating as well. And so I urge a discussion and hopefully a dialogue on this, but we've talked about this for a bit of time now, and I'd like to turn it over to the county manager.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to just say through the chair to Commissioner Baca, we very much as staff appreciated the opportunity to brainstorm with you on this resolution. And essentially what it does is it outlines a framework for us to have a community conversation about how we improve our economic development program in a more robust way that will allow us to both engage the community, learn more about what we're doing right, learn more about what we could be doing better, and really be able to dive into what should we do as a county to best position the county to really improve economic development for folks all along the continuum. And that's from folks who are getting new into the workforce, small businesses, recognizing that we also need to make sure that our approaches anchor large businesses as well. So what you'll see in here is a community outreach strategy with some guidelines around transparency to look at what kinds of priorities the commission and the community are interested in, and then what kinds of strategies should we and could we be using relative to implementation. What is most exciting to me, frankly, is the opportunity to have community dialogues. And what you'll see in here is just two things that I want to highlight. And then Commissioner Baca, if there's anything else you'd like me to touch upon, please let me know. One is that what we'd like to recommend is that the commission appoint a working group that would really guide the discussions, and that group would be made up of everybody here gets to appoint one person. The 5 people that are appointed would get to appoint the last 4 people, and the intent there is that we're bringing a lot of different parts of the community together. That group would help guide our community outreach, the questions we most want to get answered. Really, I think, get us deeper, not only into the business community that frankly understands government, but also our small and medium-sized businesses that don't necessarily. And also, we should be thinking about innovation and entrepreneurship. So we're hoping that through that community committee, it will help us shape what kinds of discussions that we're going to have out with community dialogue, come back to that community committee or that working group, be able to refresh as we refine the information, and then allowing us in early fall to come back to all of you with the input that we've received from the community, along with what we've learned and potentially even from other partners in other parts of the country.
Thank you, Madam Manager. No, I think that does it for me. I mean, I really urge your support. I think that it's so important, as my colleague Frank Baca talks about, the importance of community engagement, and that's truly what this is as we move forward. So,
All right, commissioners, questions? Commissioner Frank Baca, first up.
Comment/question, and I think the two of you just pretty much said everything that I was going to say in terms of outreach and community engagement, so I appreciate that. I would like to add that I think, and I'd like to give the due credit for Commissioner Barbara Baca, because I believe this stems from sort of the previous meeting that we've had and the work that's been done, the presentation we had a few weeks ago, which I was very impressed with from the staff perspective, from the private sector area presentation, and from the the community organization presentation perspective, and then from Professor Montoya, who I was just really blown away by, and in fact have engaged with him since that time, because he has a very interesting view from a macro view of our economy, and it's based on things that I'd never heard anybody else think about and talk about for an economic growth of the state without necessarily losing the things that made the state unique, and so it's such a great place to live. But I'm also really happy to hear this discussion in regards to the different categories of economic development, because we always think of economic development in terms of jobs, just jobs, and, anybody that brings jobs. But we talked, and you talked about it, County Manager, and the material certainly has it as well, increasing capacity of our small companies. And we've seen that in behavioral health, an initiative by Commissioner Barboa in the past. I've heard about it in regards to construction industry and the need to grow some small business and increase their capacity to bid on large contracts. So it's not just the large companies and the incentives that they can be given, but how do we really support the small companies and not just the typical things we hear of that, a few retail developments here and there and a few jobs here and there, that's economic growth. I love this comprehensive approach that you initiated, Commissioner, and that is part of this presentation, this resolution. So I would have one suggestion, and I think we talked about it a little bit. It sounds like a fair amount of work for the people that are going to be on the steering committee, and we talked in the past about some sort of stipend for some of the people that are appointed, and I would ask manager if that is something that you have considered or would consider. And again, I would like to, at some point in time, make sure that we connect Professor Montoya, not necessarily on this committee, but we're working with him already to look at his big picture plans and suggestions that he has, but just like to incorporate that. So, but thank you both for presenting this. I think it's a great opportunity for Bernalillo County and the state.
Did you want any kind of response on the stipends, or did you have any?
So I'm going to look to council just as to how we do it, but I think stipends make a lot of sense, and I think childcare makes sense, and so we should absolutely figure out how to do that. So let me just say we'll get to yes on that, unless my attorney stops me. Are we good?
We're doing it on some.
Okay, well, he says we're already doing it, so I didn't mean to I was just messing with you. The other thing is, I too am really fascinated with the perspective that Professor Montoya brings. And will just say that my hope is that this process will both allow us to dig deep into the community, but also, frankly, to take advantage of the rich resources we have, including Professor Montoya, who's right here, and other organizations and institutions that are doing really valuable research that should be considered as part of our presentation. Now, what I will say is that we're going to really work with that working group, that steering committee, to get their thoughts and ideas, and we'll work to incorporate all of them.
Thank you, Madam County Manager. Vice Chair Barboa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, County Manager. Thank you, Commissioner Baca, for bringing this. I think this is so important, and I don't want to, I think I would ditto everything that Commissioner Frank Baca said, just that it is so important and that we can do both. This should look like an opportunity to continue on the successful economic development projects that the county has led on for so long, and all the ways that we've brought new opportunities for jobs into our county, but also to really prioritize. I want to see that. I know it's there, and prioritizing and being able to see those opportunities for our small businesses. My district, right, it includes so many people trying to build small entrepreneur projects or making way from selling at the flea market or having small businesses in the district. And I just think there's so much that we can grow there that can help our local businesses really flourish. So I just think this is a great opportunity, and also like the community benefits that we can think of from those big projects that can ensure that we're really building. We often hear about how we don't have the skills necessary here. Then let's make that a priority, that our local folks are getting the skills and knowledge and education they need to be able to enter an innovative workforce that we deserve. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, we'll go to Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Frank Baca, I couldn't agree more. I think you said it perfectly, and which I think the perception that economic development is just bringing in big businesses is I can see where it comes from, but it's misguided and not necessarily the healthy solution. If you have one big employer and they have a downturn, like we've seen in Intel, it can have a massive impact. And Dr. Montoya, I'm thrilled that he had that impact. That's the impact he had on me when I read his studies on comparing New Mexico to an emerging market instead of the weakest economy in the U.S., really comparing it more to an emerging market, which opens up a lot of opportunities. And I know I've actually spoken with Director Gonzalez about this. He's one of the best brains in economic development I've ever met, and so putting all of these stakeholders in on the same project, including the community input, I think can really open some positive doors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. I'll just say a few words on this as well. I really like this. I think this is really smart. I think this is a thoughtful way to make policy or to get to that end of making policy. I know that Commissioner Baca has been working on this since last year when we first saw some initial revisions to the economic development policies and procedures come forward in a draft form. And she really has championed this effort to use this as an opportunity to really take a deep dive, engage the community, engage with partners and stakeholders, and I think this is a great way to do it. I think this is a very elegant design, bringing in a polling firm. I think that's something unique that I haven't seen done here. I've seen that done at the Water Utility Authority. They do that, I think it's every year, every other year for their consumer survey, where they actually go out and talk to customers, ask them how they feel about the service and, you know, different issues that they're facing. So I think this is a smart way, a thoughtful way that will collect data from across the spectrum. So we're not just relying on the steering committee and the people that are willing to show up for a 3-hour meeting, but we're also maybe going to get some data that we're just pulling from the community in a more random manner. So I think that's a really thoughtful addition to this, a good idea. The last thing that I will just say, and I'm saying this because it came up in a discussion that I was listening to at the legislature, and it was actually a fairly conservative legislator that was talking about, I don't remember the specifics of the deal, but basically an economic development deal that the legislature was discussing. And he was talking about the idea of the state taking an ownership stake in a project where it was investing funds. And I thought, that is a really unique, but actually not unique at all way to think of these, because in the private sector, you almost never do a deal without getting some kind of return, either equity or interest or some kind of return. And we have kind of been satisfied with the return being a commitment to produce jobs. And that is a benefit, but quantifying that benefit and determining how many of those jobs they would have created anyway, right? Because the jobs are actually a function of the business. You need employees in order to perform your work. So you're not doing it because you weren't going to hire these people, but now you are. So I'm throwing that out there just as a very broad idea that I think we really need to rethink how we do some of this. And maybe an equity stake or that kind of thing isn't appropriate for every deal, right? There may be small businesses or certain things that we really want to make it a lot easier. But I think that was just something that struck me. He was talking about how in Israel, most of the deals that are, the economic development deals that are done in that country are done through equity partnerships, basically. The country gets a 10% stake, a 20% stake in the business, and that was just something that struck me and something that I thought was tied into this conversation here. So anyway, I think this is a really good idea.
Chair Olivas, may I?
Yes, County Manager, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to just say that I think this is exactly the opportunity to look at models in other places. And if you look at large universities in particular, many of them have figured out how to have a stake in research, real estate, and a number of other areas. And I will just say that Director, speaking with Marcos, that we think there's an opportunity to have a deeper discussion about how to be very innovative and creative, and when the community is investing, whether it's property or other resources, how to think long-term about keeping that well full. And so there are some great models here, not quite enough of them in the public sector, but certainly in the private university sector that I would really like to take a look at. So we're thinking, Marcos and I were just talking about that the other day, and I do just want to say, Commissioner Benson, you raised such a good point about what an excellent staff we have doing economic development. The number of times that people are asking me to ask Marcos a question and Caroline, it's pretty significant. So I do think we have the right team. I'm really excited about the plan, and we're looking forward to producing some real innovative ideas, on your behalf.
Thank you, County Manager. Do we have a motion, Commissioner Baca?
Yes, I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Barbara Baca and a second from Vice Chair Barboa. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal in the affirmative. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes on a 5-0 vote. Congratulations, Commissioner Baca.
Thank you. And just one last closing remark. Thank you, County Manager, for working with me on this and all of your staff that have really rolled up their sleeves and this is an exciting day. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
All right, item B, we have removal of certain uncollectible accounts receivable, and we have Director Jackie Sanchez to present on this item.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jackie Sanchez, Director for Accounting and Budget. We are bringing forth this routine agenda to remove certain uncollectible accounts receivable. I would like to introduce Stephanie Sanchez, Deputy Director for Accounting and Budget, and she will be presenting. Good evening, Chair Olivas and members of the Commission. Tonight, we're seeking approval for the removal of uncollectible debt as of December 31st, 2020 and prior in the total amount of $571,000. There's 8 departments that make up this total, with the largest amount for solid waste at $348,000. And in the past, the legal department has conducted research on how this procedure works, and it was on the legal opinion that the uncollectible debt can be written off and removed from the county's outstanding receivables once a receivable has aged more than 4 years or 6 years or older if there is a signed agreement, and then it's classified as time-barred debt. Once it is classified as time-barred debt, per state statute, it's no longer considered a donation, and that's why we're able to write it off. The accounts receivable amounts are reflected on the audited financial statements as part of the doubtful allowance for doubtful accounts in each audited fiscal year. The departments that have debt that is being that are being written off are here for any questions. I'm looking for the presentation. Okay. We stand for any questions.
Sorry about the technical stuff there going on. I hope that didn't throw you off too much. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Barboa.
I'm just having a little hard time hearing. I believe I heard you say, can you say again the years, the 4 and 6 years? I heard something.
Yes, so it's 4 years or later, or 6 years or more if there is a signed agreement. So 6 years with the signed agreement and 4 years with it's just an invoice.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr.
Commissioner Benson.
Just kind of general questions. Are these debts, I just assume they're considered completely uncollectible? That's correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, these are deemed uncollectible. So these receivables have reached 4 years and older, and they're classified as time-barred debt.
Okay. And is there a consequence to the ower of these payments for not paying these debts?
To the best of my knowledge, there is not, but we turn it over to legal. And so with their consensus, we come forth to ask for removal.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, I guess that's where my question would come to you. If it's not collectible, we should get it off the books because it inflates the balance sheet unrealistically. But just want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I haven't looked at the actual the debtors or the owers of the uncollected payments, but just making sure that it doesn't happen again, or that they're not incentivized to just move on and not worry about what the county is now just eating. So is there any legal position in place to create some kind of consequence that we can follow to make sure that this isn't repeated by these certain, and are these mostly individuals or businesses? And either way, is there a legal consequence we can create?
Those are great questions, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. These are debts across the board, and it's something we put in place probably in the last 4 or 5 years, and it's good for our books to make sure that we have current books, not with old debt that's not collectible. Old debts are not collectible if they're 4 years or older, and that's the statute of limitations. So that if we would sue on an old debt, we would lose because it was not collected within the statute. Collection attempts have been made continuously on them. And then if it's on a written account, it's 6 years. And then you can push out a written account more if there's a acknowledgement of debt, such as, okay, I agree, I owe you, can I pay it off over the next 3 years kind of thing. These debts have been scrupulously reviewed to make sure that they are clearly time barred. There's a lot of smaller debts. One place we used to see a lot of them, and we've done everything we can to collect them contemporaneously, and it's an ongoing thing, is we collect for the garbage disposal fees, and the way they're billed and the way they're collected. And it could be something as simple as the landowner and the tenant and who has the obligation to pay for the disposal, and those just end up piling up over a period of time. Once they're barred from collection, then we would take them off the books.
Okay, thank you. And then what's the consequence for the
credit reporting agencies do go through and look at old debts, and they may report on that for a credit reporting purpose. We're not really completely involved in that, but they look at past due debts for credit reporting purposes. But this is more of the issue with regard to our budget, and honestly, Shirley Reagan and her team do a very good job of managing these debts. And you'll even know that we've had debts, including debts from our own employees.
Uh-oh.
And we've talked about that before, but sometimes somebody will leave our employment but have a debt.
Sure.
And then we try to collect upon it. We go as far as we can ethically and legally to collect our debts. Some debts are just not collectible.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just guess I want to understand how we're making sure it doesn't continue, at least by repeat people. New uncollectible debts, I get, just trying to get an understanding of how it's managed so that it doesn't keep happening by the same individuals. And it sounds like that's happening. So thank you.
Solid waste is a hard place to collect debts on.
So if it's a solid waste, I assume we're not servicing those accounts anymore if they haven't been paid.
And the problem is, I know, because we used to have a lawyer appended to solid waste, living out at the solid waste office just to collect the solid. That really wasn't working. A big part of solid waste is that it could be with regard to a mobile community. So you may have a house at 123 Valley Lane, but it may have 3 different tenants over a period of 5 years that you're trying to collect the debt on. And they may not be the one legally obligated to it, but we do the searches, we do filings on them. But if you look at the list, which I think has been attached, solid waste is the biggest one.
Yeah, it is.
And that's a tough one to do. We have some ideas on it, and I'd be happy to meet with you on that. One idea is would change the frequency with regard to the billing. The other idea is to go directly to the contractor with regard to what they could do on debt collection as well. But this has been kind of the how the commission wanted to proceed. It was a big deal to go to solid waste in the South Valley because they used to burn. And then we're moving them from burning to waste disposal. That was a big deal. And then collecting debts for it. It's been a kind of an issue we've been working on for at least 10 years.
Yeah, that would be an issue if you stop providing service because they're not paying their debts, and you have solid waste buildup, which is a different set of problems.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Sir, that's completely right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners,
Martinez, if I
we
could just
have
ask you-
Director Jaramillo here if there's any additional questions on solid waste.
I was just going to ask you, Mr. Martinez, if you move the mic a little bit closer. It's a little hard to hear you.
I apologize.
Thank you. Commissioner, did you have any follow-ups for solid waste?
Yeah, actually, do you have any information on that? Just, it sounds like, listen to Ms. Martinez, it sounds like the precautions are put in place to prevent repeat, but there's still management that needs to be done. Just want to make sure that the county is not being taken advantage of.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, yes, we do have things in place to help that. Unfortunately, solid waste is a mandatory service. So you asked if we could stop servicing. Unfortunately, we can't because it is a mandatory service. We still have to continue to allow for that. So they, it adds up, so we can't stop service essentially. But we have seen a decrease, although it's slight. We do have the amount of instances every quarter of last year. We reduced it from the previous year. So we are working at that. We also associate liens to some of the properties to try to collect on that debt. Obviously, we can't get that right away, but when they either do sell the property or something of that nature, we could potentially get that debt back to us. We are seeing payoffs, more often than we have been in the future. I mean, in the past, 3 to 5 a week. So that's also a positive for us. So we're diligently working at it. Unfortunately, it is since it is a mandatory service, you're seeing that amount increase.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Armia.
All right. I wanted to make a couple of comments on this. On the solid waste issue, I think I've said this before. It feels like I have. But I think it's kind of crazy that we hire a vendor that makes money on solid waste to provide that service to our residents. But then we're on the hook when they don't pay us to pay the vendor because we're just a pass-through essentially for that. And I really think very strongly, whenever that contract is up, I think they need to be on the hook for all of this. I mean, I don't understand why we're the ones in the position of holding their debt. I mean, they get to keep the profit, but we keep the debt if the customers don't pay. I just find that a very bad, well, it's a very good business model for them. I like being in their shoes, but that's not my job. So I really think that we need to play some hardball with them, and I know we got folks that can do that, and demand that, they need to take responsibility for that, build it into their business model, and I'm sure they do it in other communities. So that's my piece on the solid waste. The other one that I wanted to highlight that just really bothers me in here is there is a $139,000, $183.52 debt accrued to one individual or one campaign, to be exact, the Trump campaign, that came here in 2019, shut down the entire downtown area. We provided high level of security services, but also disruption of government services. The city of Albuquerque was also similarly impacted. And as is practice, the campaign was billed for that service. And despite raising billions of dollars for his multiple campaigns, we're now writing off that debt. He hasn't paid his bills. And this isn't surprising, I think, based on what we know about other past business practices and nefarious things that have been associated with this person. But, it's just very striking that we're facing a flat budget year here where we're looking at, trying to make strategic cuts and, trying to balance the books. And, while he's in Washington making just willy-nilly cuts to whatever piques his interest for the day, him and the oligarch people that he has running the government, we're out here writing off his debt. And essentially asking our taxpayers to pay for those services that benefited his campaign. I just think that's really wrong, and it just really shows what type of person we have, unfortunately, running the country, and he won. So, you know, that's the way it is. But I do think that what we should do as a county is we should set a policy for all candidates. This isn't about Donald Trump. This is about all candidates running for office. If they are using county services or in any way impacting county services coming here for campaign-related activities, I think they should have to pay either upfront or put down some kind of deposit. You know, that's what you do if I want to go out and rent the convention center or something like that for an event. You got to put a deposit down. You got to show the money up front, or at least some portion of it. And that way, if you don't pay your bills and you trash the place, they have something to collect on. And so I think we need to do something like that, because it's not about the politics. This could have been Joe Biden. This could have been Hillary Clinton. It could have been anyone. I don't think they would have done this, but it's really disappointing that we're having to write off the debt of the President of the United States and ask our local taxpayers to cover that. So with that, I would take a motion on this item.
Second. I did have one.
Oh, sorry,
comment.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
No, I just, I wasn't gonna bring it up, but I did, it's only $12,000 of this unpaid debt, but just because, you know, I must talk about any behavioral health system. Part of that $12,000 of uncollectible debt is, for youth service, at the Youth Services Center. It says for mental health treatment. I want to bring this back up, and I think Dr. Lindstrom has brought up that soon we will have Medicaid coverage for folks detained in YSC and hopefully our other facilities as well. But I believe that in previous years, YSC did have Medicaid coverage for folks that were detained there. And remember, we're a facility that is holding people until they're convicted. So these are pre-conviction. So I think there's a little bit of different rules. I know former Representative Rick Mieta talked to me at length about the work he did to make sure that Medicaid was covering youth because of the and I don't know why that changed. So I just want to mention it. It's only $12,000 of this large amount, but just because I want to mention it, that's something we shouldn't have to worry about anyways when we live in a state that we're already 40% covered by Medicaid, and that for the idea that somebody actually took that away from us and now we're incurring or forgiving debt, or that we were even trying to collect debt from people who were struggling at the time. So I just wanted to note that, as I will forever talk about anything behavioral health related. So thank you for bringing this forward, and just to remind us that the sooner we get our folks covered in our detention facilities, the sooner we can see those results from having actual care that people may need, especially our youth.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Any further discussion on this item? All right, we had a motion from myself and a second from the Vice Chair. All those in favor, signal in the affirmative. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. All right, item C is our 2025 Bernalillo County Go Bond Series, and we have Denise Benavides to present.
There's too many things plugged in. I don't know where to plug this in now. Thank you. Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I am Denise Benavides, the Principal Financial Analyst for the Finance Division. So the item before you requests the approval of the financial resolution for the Bernalillo County General Obligation Bond Series 2025 in the amount of $32,980,049.35, which will accept and budget the funds received by the county on March 11th of 2025. The attached sales certificate provides the terms and condition and certifies the final terms and condition of the bonds comply with the parameters and the conditions established in the bond ordinance pursuant to the Supplemental Public Securities Act. These bond proceeds will be used as a funding source authorized by the voters in the 2022 and 2024 November elections. The debt service payments to bondholders are payable on February 15th and August 15th of each year, and that will begin on August 15th of 2025 in accordance with the debt service schedule. The next timeline, or the next slide, is a timeline of events. So this process started way back in December when the commission approved the notice of intent on the December 10th, 2024 meeting. Rating agency presentations were conducted on January 16th of 2025. The commission adopted the parameters ordinance on January 28th of 2025. Ratings were received and the notice of sale was published in February, and the sale was conducted on February 25th via competitive bid process. The pre-closing and signing of documents were completed on March 6th by the chair, the deputy county manager for finance, and the clerk. And the transaction closed on March 11th with confirmation of receipt of the funds. This slide shows the results of the sale that was held. As you can see, the sale is broken up into two different authorizations. The 2022 authorization has $16,575,000. The 24 authorization is $15,055,000. The county received a premium. The 1.2 million is the premium less the underwriter's discount. That's how it's shown on the sale results. But the total amount of the premium is 1.3. Moody's and Standard & Poor's issued their ratings. Moody's gave us AAA, Standard & Poor's gave us AAA, and Fitch was a AA+. These are paid from the debt service mill rate from the property tax payments, and then this is a fixed rate and it's tax exempt. This is a 15-year bond. It is callable on or after April 15th of 2034. The first interest payment will be August 15th of 25. And again, we closed. The purposes of these bonds that were sold were for roads, storm drain, library, public housing, parks and recreation, public safety, facility improvements, and fleet and heavy equipment. This also shows that the county was, in the competitive process, we had a total of 46 bids by 14 bidders. The best bid was from Raymond James, and it resulted in a true interest cost of 3.25%. As you can see, as a result of the 2025 sale, that will conclude the bonds from the 2022 authorization, which means that we will no longer have any unsold bonds from that authorization. Just for a point of reference, bonds expire 4 years from the date of the election authorizing the issuance if remain unsold pursuant to the state statute 615-9. As you can see with the 2022 authorization, there were 3 separate series that made up that authorization. It took us over a period of over 3 years to get those 40.5 million bonds sold. This is a picture of the 2024 authorization of the 40.5 million that the voters just approved this past November. So you can see that payment or that partial amount sold of $15,055,000. We still have about $25,445,000 remaining unsold. And so you can see that the library, public safety, fleet, parks and rec, transportation, storm drains, and public housing make up those unsold bonds. Just for reference, the Finance Administration meets regularly with departments regarding bond-funded projects, and this helps to determine the amount of bond proceeds needed for, needed for the next bond sale. And I'll stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions? Not seeing any. I do have 2, and I apologize for not getting these to you beforehand, so if you don't have the info, we can follow up. But can you tell me what is our annual payment on these? I realize you said it's twice a year, sort of, but do you know what we pay out annually on this debt?
Mr. Chair, specifically about this series or the overall debt service?
This series specifically.
So yes. So the way that the debt service is structured is the first payment on August 15th of 2025, we'll have a principal payment of $9 million. And then from 26 to 2039, our bond principal payments will be $1,525,000, with the last bond payment being $1,280.
Okay.
And those are principal payments only. Did you want the interest as well?
But that was actually my next question is what is the total interest? Yeah.
So the total interest on the bonds over the life of the bonds, is that what you're asking?
Sure.
Is $7,751,248.06.
Okay. I will probably follow up with you to get those written down because I'm writing too fast here, but I think that's all the questions I had. I would make a motion for approval.
Second.
And a second from the vice chair. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signal in the affirmative. Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
All right, our last resolution for the evening, we've got our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Division to present the revised 2025 glyphosate use restrictions and development of the integrated vegetation management and maintenance plan. I bet you guys love saying that. And we have Deputy County Manager Danette Townsend to present.
Thank you. I'm going to just give
Go
a
ahead,
couple of
County.
broad comments, Mr. Chair, and that is to say, one, that just as a reminder that this was deferred from February 25th, so that the staff would have an opportunity to give feedback on the feedback given by the chair, but also to make sure we went back through the committee that led and worked on this for an extended period of time. I did just want to acknowledge a couple of things, and one is just to say, to thank you very much to the community committee for their patience, because I know with our timelines being so tight, getting out and talking to people was a bit challenging, but the staff working with the community was able to do that. And I also wanted to thank Gabe and all the other folks who work for us that are watching this carefully and closely from our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Department. And then lastly, just to say to the staff as they walk you through this, not just a thank you, but also just to make sure that we get every question answered. I understand this has a lot of interest, which is why the staff will be giving a very thorough report again this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Really quickly, I would like to recognize the steering committee that's been working on this for the ones with asterisks, many years. And I want to just recognize the staff as well and give a little context to how we followed the process. And one is the committee up at the top are folks that are community members who have participated in at least one of the meetings that we have held since we originally reestablished this group at the request of Commissioner Barbara Baca in the fall. And then the Bernalillo County staff are uniquely qualified to be on this steering committee, giving their subject matter content expertise based on either education, certification, or their day-to-day requirements of their work for Bernalillo County, or in some cases, all three. And then we also, of course, had Site Southwest, who has been our consultant along the way. But I do just want to recognize the dedication and commitment to getting this right that this committee has put forth. So, and with that, I would like to introduce Collie Bronson. She is going to do the remainder of the presentation because she is one of those uniquely qualified staff.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I just want to let you all know that you do have a hard copy of this presentation that I will be presenting. Although the slides were uploaded into the system by the deadline, they don't align correctly with your packet. So the correct presentation is a paper copy that you currently have. All right, so this first slide is a recap. I know we presented this all to you back in 30 days ago, back in February. And I just want to give a quick introduction. As Danette said, I'm Collie Bronson. I'm the Stormwater Compliance Program Lead. I'm in Public Works and Natural Resource Services. Thank you, Danette. I want to just revisit the mission of Natural Resource Services. Our goal is to, and our mission is to steward Bernalillo County's natural resources. That includes providing internal technical consulting on environmental matters to other county departments. But our primary goal is to manage our natural resources and to do it, to protect our natural resources. So I would also like to start by saying that this effort to extend the integrated vegetation management and maintenance plan, completion timeline, and request for limited targeted spot use of glyphosate is a Parks, Recreation, Open Space-led project, but it's also cross-departmental, as was mentioned earlier, because maintenance of landscapes impacts multiple departments. That includes outside of Parks, Recreation, and Open Space or PROS, but also Public Works, Operation and Maintenance, and Natural Resource Services. We all kind of have a stake in these landscapes and making sure they're managed well. So as you know, just to kind of recap, since the 2019 glyphosate moratorium, the PROS land management has not used glyphosate to manage invasive plants and landscapes, and they've primarily relied on physical and mechanical weed control, which has been more labor intensive, less effective, and it ends up being more expensive. Let's see, the resolution that we presented in February asked for a one-year extension for the Integrated Vegetation Management and Maintenance Plan, which we also call the IVMMP, and I may revert to that occasionally as it's a long title. At that time, Chair Olivas provided a floor amendment or sub, and the resolution was deferred for 30 days. This was to allow time for both staff and the IVMMP Steering Committee to review the proposed changes. Staff reviewed the changes, provided some additional suggestions, and then the IVMMP Steering Committee met again on March 13th to review all of these suggestions. And the March 2025 glyphosate use restriction and development of the Integrated Vegetation Management and Maintenance Plan resolution that you have in your packet is what came out of this meeting. Today, we are presenting both the original, the one from February that we presented to you all in February, as well as this version that is the March resolution for consideration for adoption of one of these resolutions by the County Commission. Here is an updated timeline that we wanted to share with you. Again, 2019 when the moratorium came into effect. We discussed last time that development of the IVMMP slowed for a few years. Then in 2023, BC PROS and their consultant provided an update to the County Commission, which was the impetus with re-engagement of the IVMMP Steering Committee to begin development of that IVMMP to get it to completion. 4 meetings were held between August and January of 2025, a resolution for extension of the timeline for the IVMMP, including new glyphosate use restrictions, was introduced in February, as I said previously, and then the floor substitution by Chair Olivas, was provided. And then we had the March 13th review with the steering committee to come up with this March 2025 version of the resolution. And I would like to note that the majority of the steering committee members did approve of both the February and the March versions of this resolution. We also just wanted to point out, in looking at the timeline, we'd like to bring to your attention that effective weed management is really based on timing of emergence and seeding of weeds. And so it's really important to address those when they're emerging. That's the time you have to really get control of them. February and March are prime times for weed control. We've missed that window, obviously, by deferring the resolution for 30 days. We do have weed species that will emerge here in late spring, and so we do have the opportunity to get control of those weeds. Here's revisiting the summary of what this IVMMP, Integrated Vegetation Management and Maintenance Plan Development will look like. There are two primary goals. So there are two primary goals. One of the things included is the development of an integrated pest management plan. Integrated pest management, as we discussed at the previous meeting, it's an approach to pest management that minimizes risks to people and the environment. It's a decision-making process. Essentially, you get a triangle of how you address and choose strategies for pest management, and it's based on the best available science, and it uses a combination of strategies, not just one single strategy, not one single pesticide, not just mechanical management, but we have a combination of strategies that in the end affect the best overall outcomes to pest management. Land management has developed an integrated pest management plan with the assistance of the New Mexico Department of Agriculture. It has been implemented. However, the current integrated pest management plan does need to be expanded to include weed control strategies that are specific both for the types of weeds that we're trying to control as well as the specific types of landscapes, whether it's ornamental landscapes or athletic fields or parks. Different landscapes require different maintenance types, management practices. And so the Integrated Vegetation Management and Maintenance Plan will also include design standards for landscapes at our facilities, as well as a capital improvement plan for landscape conversion. So we know we have some difficult landscapes to manage, and we will work to convert those so that they require less maintenance. The gravel cobble landscapes have been really especially problematic for weed maintenance. These are generally designed with weed barrier and then 2 to 4 inches of gravel cobble. What ends up happening is windblown soil and seeds accumulate in this material, and it becomes, a place where weeds grow and proliferate. And seed sources. These landscapes came, from the 1990s through today, when we realized we live in an arid climate, we need to change how we look at landscapes. We converted a lot of these high water use landscapes to what we call xeriscapes. And then this gravel cobble typology, which we see all over the county, has become the dominant water conservation landscape. So the goal with the landscape design standards that will be included in the IVMMP is to create landscapes dominated more by native plants and to reduce the landscapes like these gravel cobble landscapes that require intensive weed management. Once these new landscapes are established, they will require less maintenance. That includes less pesticides. That includes less labor when these native plants are allowed to thrive. And then finally, the IVMMP is also going to include a summary of peer-reviewed research on weed management, best management practices. We know some of them, but we don't know all, and there's still more improvements that we can make. So that will be included in the IVMMP, as well as alternatives to glyphosate or other pesticides. The development of the IVMMP has been and will continue to be informed by collaborators, both within the county and stakeholders such as the New Mexico State University and New Mexico Department of Agriculture, as well as our community advocates from whom you heard from tonight. I'm sorry, I didn't. How's that? Okay, and I want to just revisit the positive impacts of what it will look like to have a complete IVMMP, and that means an overall reduction in pesticide use over time, which is aligned with the goals of the original 2019 resolution. With an expanded integrated pest management plan, which uses a combination of strategies, not just one, weed management will be more effective and less labor intensive and less chemical intensive. Additional benefits include safety measures for staff and the public in these high hazard areas, a decrease in invasive weed populations, which will increase native plant and wildlife habitat, all while realizing water conservation and stormwater quality benefits. Non-native and invasive weeds don't have natural predators, and they have very detrimental impacts to us and to our environment. These include fire hazards, toxicity and physical hazards to humans and pets. They foster pests that can carry diseases. They cause a substantial loss of biodiversity. They have substantial adverse impacts to soil health, which then impact native plants because they can't grow in that soil. And they exacerbate erosion. The goal and part of the reason that Natural Resource Services has been involved in this effort is to improve overall weed management in the county, which will result in healthier landscapes and a healthier environment overall. When we're caring for our landscapes, we do have to take this multifaceted approach, which considers impacts to the environment from our management strategies and practices, as well as impacts from the invasive plants species to our environment and to our wildlife. This will require multiple tools to effect a balanced and effective management strategy. And here's a slide just to present to you a summary of the changes to the resolution between the February resolution and the March resolution. These changes include suggestions from Chair Olivas, as well as staff suggestions and input from the steering committee, which culminated in this March, after that meeting culminated in this March version. You can see here a quick summary. Some of the larger ones are adding examples of invasive species that will be targeted for control. That the county will include herbicide use records, which we already collect, but that will be included in the IVMMP. And an updated description of landscape design best management practices that will be developed in the IVMMP. This added commitment to limit herbicide use on all new and renovated landscapes. And so finally, our requested action is to rescind the current administrative resolution 2019-44 and replace it with either the resolution presented at the February 25th, 2025 Bernalillo County Commission meeting, or with the revised March 25, 2025 resolution that includes recommendations from the chair, staff, and the steering committee. If this resolution is approved, Bernalillo County Parks, Recreation, and Open Space and its collaborators will work to finalize the IVMMP within 1 year, which will include that expanded integrated pest management plan, as well as landscape design best management practices and the CIP for landscape conversions, which will prioritize what landscapes we will prioritize for conversion. It will create design standards for landscapes that will reduce the landscapes that require that intensive weed management. We'll continue converting those gravel cobble landscapes. And then there will be collaboration with experts to study weed management strategies that will be included, and as well provide a mid-year IVMMP progress report, followed by presentation of the completed IVMMP after 1 year. And with that, let's stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Callie. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Benson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Collie or Ms. Townsend, one of the slides, you listed the committee members.
Yes.
And you said that the majority approved of the plan. Can you tell me what those numbers were?
No, I cannot, but I can seek assistance from. Margaret, do you have the numbers that came to the March 13th? So during up to the February meeting, we had a consensus of all committee members that participated. At the March 13th meeting, we had, I believe it was 4 of the committee members present. All committee members received it and were given the opportunity to give feedback. And the ones that we spoke with over the phone regarding that had no changes. They were fine with what the committee had decided on. But it was by majority, not consensus that time, just due to time constraints.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Benson. other commissioners? And I do want to throw out here that, unfortunately, I hate to be the bad guy here, but I do have some additional amendments to this that I did share with staff, and it is on the dais here. So we can continue to have discussion on the resolution that is before us, or we can go through the amendment and then have discussion on that, which we'll have to do either way. So board members have other general questions, or we can move into the amendment. Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Mr. Chair, so my question is on your requested action sheet here, you have that one option is the resolution that was presented on the 25th of February or the updated one. I'm concerned with going backwards to the one that was submitted on the 25th. And so I guess it's a question for the chair. Your floor substitute is based on the most recent version, which is that second bullet, the revised March 25th. And, you know, the importance there is that you brought the committee back together, and I know that they even had some concerns about the scheduling, and we always have that. But basically, we've heard from a couple of them that there is predominantly consensus on that revised one on March 25th. And then the question is for the chair, I guess, is that your updates, I think, I did talk with Peggy Norton, who's my constituent, and she's basically in favor, I believe, with, you know, due diligence as the year progresses and we develop this plan with these amendments. So I guess that's an important thing to me, that the commission knows that I don't think we have an option here. It seems like the best option, or make a motion for that, or the floor amendment would move us forward.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baca, we left both of those in because it was deferred. And so we didn't have, the board had not voted on either to move forward, so we just left them as to your discretion.
Thank you, DCM Townsend. And I'm not sure, you know, I don't feel like there's anyone here that's advocating that we go back to the one on the 25th. And frankly, the current version is still based on that version. I mean, they're largely the same. So I don't think we're taking any huge step between the two, but I think there's been some gradual, small improvements, and that's a good thing, in my opinion. So I think if we could get a motion on the current version, and then we can go into the amendments.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll move approval of the revised March 25th resolution.
Okay.
A second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Barbara Baca and a second from Commissioner Barboa. And then if I could move us into the amendments, if we're okay with that. All right. So I'm not quite sure how to go through these because there is a few of them. So I guess I can just go through kind of line by line. So on the second page in the second whereas clause, so it starts on line 8. Or I'll just read the whole thing and emphasize the new portion. Whereas to date, before glyphosate moratorium, BC pros, to the best of their knowledge, reported no incidents, violations, or injuries related to glyphosate use, and acknowledge that the long-term impacts, and here is where the new material starts, the long-term impacts of repeated prolonged exposure include high risk to develop certain types of cancer, neurological disease, and reproductive issues. And this replaces the statement, are yet unknown to date. And we can discuss each one of them, or I guess I would suggest we go through all of them, and then we can come back and discuss just for purposes of time and being able to address just the ones that need extra time. So then moving on to the section under the now therefore clause, same page, number 2, the temporary exception for high hazard areas. So we're going to rework the spot use of glyphosate, and it's gonna read, spot use of glyphosate will be permitted until April 1, 2026 in high hazard areas limited to pavement joints and cracks, non-vegetated medians, roadway joints and cracks, and other high-traffic paved hardscape joints and cracks to ensure staff and public safety utilizing OSHA and traffic guidelines. And then next we go to number 3, invasive species. And we're going to rework just the beginning of the first, the only point under there. Glyphosate use will be permitted until April 1, 2026 as a last resort per IPM, and then keeping all the original material. Moving on to number 5, if we go to, let's see here, it's still in the, line 13. And we are going to just add the word present findings to the steering committee, just making it more clear what we're presenting. Moving on to line number 21, we're going to strike personal stake in the outcome, so it will just read and have no financial stake in the outcome. And finally, last page, second bullet point, line 5, the IVMMP will include a listing of all high-need landscapes and recommended weed control best practices for each location. Capital projects and costs thereof, such as landscape conversions and landscape renovations needed to reduce herbicide dependence at each location, will be assessed, documented, and ranked by BC Pros and its consultant and included in the 12-month presentation. Moving on to number 6, line 13, landscapes designed and constructed by the county opening to the public after April 1, 2026 will limit all herbicide use. Dense native plantings and minimal use of gravel and cobble, among other landscape design best management practices, will be developed in the IVMMP to achieve this goal. New and renovated landscapes remain subject to the IVMMP guidelines upon approval and will have no glyphosate use allowed other than those permitted in Section 3 above for invasive species management. And so I move the amendments.
Second.
So we have a motion from the chair and a second from the vice chair. And I'll just briefly, just to kind of introduce the rationale on most of these, I think, by and large, just getting a little bit more specific to be very clear on what the dates are and stuff like that. I did want to ask a question, and I might be open to revising it, because in your requested action, you say that this begins on May 1, 2025, and that's not stated in the resolution on the table, but I am stating an actual date now in the amendment. And so are you requesting May, or?
Yes, staff is requesting May 1st to begin the one-year period for this resolution.
So I think this is actually a really important change because it adds a date into the resolution that wasn't otherwise there. And I would be open to that change if the seconder is okay with that. We can
Yes.
change April to May. So I think that's a friendly change and friendly to the department as well. But otherwise, I think this just gets to making sure that this is very specific, and based on some of my conversations with some of the steering committee members, I do think these are important. A lot of these are in your slides, so it's clear that you're already there, like the capital portion, you talked about having a CIP plan, and so it's clear that you're already thinking that, but I just think it's really important that we state that, because that's a really important thing, and that's our job to kind of keep up with what are things gonna cost, and so we just wanna make sure that that's stated very clearly. So I think it's fairly clear, and happy to answer any questions or hear from you all as well, but I guess first, if there's questions, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for these amendments. I think they are largely, bring clarity, and so I appreciate them. I did have a bit of a question, I think for you all, under the now therefore line 20. The amendment would change limited to and strike out such as. And as I've learned in policy, these small words make a big difference. So I know such as may have said these few things and could have included maybe a whole bunch of other things that staff may have needed or were thinking. And so limiting that to, striking the such as and really limits it to those pavement joints, cracks, to what's listed there, right? Is that still going to meet the overall need that you're getting at when we're?
Chair Olivas, Commissioner Barboa, so staff would recommend keeping the language as such as part of the IVMMP development, we will define these high-need landscapes, and there may be additional ones that will be included for the protection of the public and for the protection of our staff that are working on these landscapes. I would note the same for medians, whether they're vegetated or non-vegetated, they're still high hazard. So the goal of this was to protect staff primarily while they're working on these landscapes.
If I could respond real quick?
Yes.
Just to be clear to kind of what the intent of this was. So I think putting in the joints and cracks is, I don't think that harms anything, because I think if you're spraying the concrete, there's something wrong. You know, we're wasting material and time and everything. So I feel like that should be constructive. I don't think that that's joints and cracks in roadways, joints and cracks in pavement and other sidewalks. I feel like that's just stating the obvious in a way. But I do feel very strongly about the non-vegetated medians, and I would actually point the vice chair and everyone to, in our slide packet that we have here, there's a picture of a median, and it's a very beautiful median. I don't know where this is, but it has all kinds of grasses and trees, and it's looks very nice. It does have the gravel, which we don't like, but and I can see why that is dangerous for staff, right, when the cars are moving there. But it's also important to note, as an applicator, one of two in the room probably, you should not be spraying, frankly, anywhere in this median, just by the look of it, because you're too close to any of those plantings. You risk overspray on the grasses, and you risk getting a lot of spray into the root zone of these trees. And so, you know, the idea behind the amendment here, again, is kind of stating the obvious, what should be obvious at least to the applicators, is you can't spray this median. There's really no use for it, maybe in the cracks along the roadway. And so, you know, I can see where this would be okay, again, in a median that was just the gravel or that was dirt, and we do have a lot of those. But I just don't think that from a practical standpoint and from the standpoint of the investment that we make in these medians to make them look nice like this, we can't be spraying in there anyway.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
Madam Vice Chair, I was responding to her, so I'll turn it back over to her.
Just quickly, if I may. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think, okay, I get it. I think I get it. That it, as the example states, we wouldn't want some of the, and this is what we're trying to really make clear here, is the places we wouldn't want to use anyways. But, and I guess that's, I'm assuming that the language of such as specifically is meant to allow to give that flexibility. And I think your response is saying we want to be more clear and not as flexible. And that's why we're eliminating the language of such as, because limited to, that would only allow these things, right? If we had the language of such as, that gives a little bit of flexibility for them to do other things that might be what we don't want, what we're trying to permit here. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And I guess that's, and so it sounds like we have a bit of a like, there's a desire, but we're still would get to our point and this trial for a year. We're how do we feel about it? Is this would this kill the purpose of what we're trying to do here?
Mr.
From your
Chair,
point of view?
Commissioner Barboa, the purpose of the year to develop the IVMMP is to figure out how we best manage the vegetative issues that we have in Bernalillo County. The such as is what the subject matter experts and majority of the committee supported and would recommend.
But to follow up, this doesn't totally take away from your point of needing to have resolution for staff and.
Sorry, restate that for me.
Well, I guess I'm really, like, I think we're trying to be very clear and prescriptive here, which I can agree with. And I want to hear, and I want to know, right, that we're doing a lot of work here to try and protect staff, give some flexibility, learn some things, make it the best. We've heard from the folks who are doing the hardest work. My opinion, we should be paying all of them more than any of us, and everybody should. But we're not there. So does this one piece, if we're limiting to that, is it sort of defeat the purpose of what you're trying to do?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barboa, it doesn't entirely defeat. I think there are definitely high hazard areas that are listed here. I understand your concern about maintaining that flexibility that our staff might spray in places where you don't want them to. That certainly was not the intent. The intent of having the such as was to allow some flexibility when there are some high hazard areas where we have invasive species that are dominating the landscape, where we may need some extra best management practices to help maintain that landscape. So the intent was not to open it up to everything, obviously, but to just allow, if there's something that we didn't list here, to allow that use.
Thank you for that, Claire. And one last fault, if I may, Chair. What's the alternative right now? Like, we are not currently using. What if we get to this point and there's something, this is limiting to only what we can, we encounter a situation where there's an invasive species growing, it's got to be more than what we can manually handle or should ask for our staff to handle, what happens then?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barboa, the staff would depend on the integrated pest management plan that they currently have. As I stated, we need to develop that further to make it more robust. But in the interim, they would depend on that. Much of that is mechanical and hand removal. There has been some use of some of the organic pesticides. They are not nearly as effective. They require many more treatments, many more visits. And it doesn't kill the plant. All you do is kind of control the plant, but you don't get rid of it. It's a different type of management practice when you use many of the organics. So they're less effective overall. But those are the management strategies that we've been using currently, and staff would continue to use those.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad, I hope that this is a year we can test and evaluate and continue to bring back so that we're making sure everybody's held safe and not extenuating circumstances. Thank you.
And Madam Vice Chair, I would just add to that real quickly. I would point you to number 3, bullet point number 3. So, and we'll just use that same pretty little median there as an example. If that area around the tree was full of Bermuda grass, that would qualify for the exception under number 3, invasive species. So you, in my thinking, you could use the glyphosate in that limited circumstance because there was an invasive species, even if it's in a prohibited area, because it's an invasive species. So I think this still gives the flexibility to use it when an applicator, when somebody in the field, using their discretion understands, hey, this is a weed here, Bermuda grass, that I'm not going to be able to pull. It's not going to work. We need to use this. And I do that frequently in my business where you don't want to spray next to that tree, but sometimes you have to. And I think that allows that.
Thank you for that clarity.
Commissioner Benson, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just trying to get an understanding here. So, Mr. Chair, you had mentioned that you couldn't spray anywhere on this median, except that given this language, the pavement joints and cracks, you could. So where his foot is, you could be spraying glyphosate there, correct?
Commissioner Benson, yes, in theory on those cracks, you could.
Okay, gotcha. Given Commissioner Barboa's questioning and the legality of the languages such as, I see your concern of taking it out because it allows too much flexibility, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to hamstring our applicators who were actually advocating for this earlier when they're the expert. Now, that's coming from me who is not, and you are an expert applicator. Yeah, I think we should leave the language such as in there, because it doesn't give them just broad use. Just for instance, that's just my thought on this. I had another question though, Mr. Chair, that line 8, of page 2. Is that, I think it was M. Ward in public comment talked about a lawsuit for somebody who tracked, right, a couple billion for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And I hadn't heard of that, but my cousin did die of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, but she was a lawyer. She was not applying glyphosate. So is that settled science, or is that based on the result of this one lawsuit, which albeit was expensive, but I also don't know the details of that lawsuit? Is that science settled right there? Why would we add that? Or is it just kind of an assumed implication that it is dangerous? And everything I've heard of glyphosate is that it's poison. It kills things. But so does electricity. And there's 1,000 deaths a year from electricity in our nation, but it's a powerful tool. So we try to control for it and you put limits that respect its power, but we don't just ban it completely because accidents do happen. So I'm just cautious of that, because if we're adding that in, are we kind of setting ourselves up for asking to be sued? Why are you wanting to put this in is ultimately my question.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Benson. So I do believe that the science on this is pretty settled. And for example, the European Union, they haven't allowed glyphosate for a number of years, I think going on the greater part of a decade, for these exact reasons, because of its association with cancers, neurological diseases. You're absolutely right. Everything has its place. And that's why actually, I'm inclined to support this overall thing, because, with professionals in the room, people that are properly trained, using proper PPE, the gentleman mentioned, using a respirator and using a bunny suit and all those kinds of things that a properly trained applicator will use, you're minimizing that risk. And I think you're balancing that risk by targeting the areas that the IVMMP and this resolution targets, to areas where you're balancing that safety risk, right? I mean, working in the middle of that road, pulling weeds in the cracks is pretty unsafe. Getting cancer is also unsafe, but you're kind of balancing that risk versus, spraying weeds in a, let's say a park or something where there's not a lot of traffic and it's fairly safe and easy to pull by hand. I think, that's where we're kind of making the trade-off of where is it worth the risk of these possible long-term side effects that can be mitigated by proper training and proper use of PPE. But I just didn't feel like it was accurate to say that they are unknown. I think the science is actually pretty well established, and that's why now all these lawsuits are coming through, because the science has essentially validated this, and so now people are suing because there's scientific evidence to back it up. Does it expose us to lawsuits? A lot of things expose us to lawsuits, so that's why we have Mr. Martinez and all our lawyers that defend us from all number of things. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, would you be up for adding language to this to keep your red line sentence in, but then add some kind of language that says, but can be mitigated through the proper use of protective equipment? So that it doesn't just paint a picture that, hey, we don't like weeds, so we're gonna use this, but just so you know, there's gonna be long-term cancer risks. Right, because none of us want that. Obviously, the people asking to use it don't want that, and so if we could add some language saying that is acknowledged, but also contained, so that the risk hopefully is non-existent to our employees? And if it's not non-existent, how can we make it a non-existent risk? Maybe we need to increase protective equipment. I don't know. Would you be open to that, Mr. Chair?
I would absolutely consider that a friendly amendment. I've jotted down some language here real quick that we could add, perhaps just at the end of that, saying risks of glyphosate use can be mitigated through proper training and PPE. Would that be?
Thank you. Yeah,
That's good.
for me,
Seconder.
yeah, for me, I would be okay with that, but I'm not an expert, so I guess I would also throw that back. And actually, I'd like to get, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, our county expert's opinion on that, as well as my friendly amendment.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, I would say, and I've read some documentation, I don't know everything, but I do see conflicting information from various agencies on the impacts of glyphosate from the International Agency for Research on Cancer. They have classified glyphosate as probably carcinogenic to humans. However, for example, the Environmental Protection Agency I believe in late 2024, came forward with some documentation saying that they think that glyphosate is not likely to be carcinogenic to humans. I've also read studies that look at coformulants in glyphosate. So those are other chemicals that are in there that they don't always have to talk about. So for example, in the original formulations of glyphosate, there was a surfactant. Surfactant is like a soap. And what that surfactant does is it helps when it's sprayed on the plant. It encourages more absorption of the glyphosate into the plant material. And it's been found that some of these coformulants are far more toxic than glyphosate. I know they've changed those coformulants since the original Roundup, but a lot of that information they're still working on. There's still information being gathered and studied.
Thank you. And how would you, so it sounds like it's not settled, that it's probable, but it's still an ongoing research. How would you feel about that amendment? That, risk would, this being the case, which it says includes high risk to develop. So it doesn't say will develop, which I can appreciate that if there is a high risk. So those would be mitigated based on the proper use of PPE and whatever the county protocol is, safety protocol.
So may I just jump in, Chair, through the chair? So one is I would just like to say I think the addition through the chair that you made that our chair detailed, I think is really good. And the only other way that I think this might be improved would be instead of using the word of repeated exposure include, and I would just use the word probable instead of high, because I hear the discussion, but I think that leaning into the fact that this is likely may be a better way of us expressing our concerns about this material.
Okay, so that, I think probable would actually increase the risk.
Yeah. You think so?
Is that your intention?
Well, you know what? Oh, maybe so I left out a word. He actually said maybe probable, and I only wrote down, or maybe, yeah.
I would jump in and say, and I don't really know how I feel about this, but if we struck the word high, that might be what you're trying to do.
Can you read it? That's really helpful, thank you. That was good, quick editing,
Sure.
yes.
So it would read, related to glyphosate use, and acknowledge that long-term impacts of repeated prolonged exposure include risk to develop certain types of cancer, neurological disease, and reproductive issues, period. Risks of glyphosate use can be mitigated through proper training and PPE.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank
Um,
you.
And then still to add that risks acknowledged but mitigated by protocol and PPE.
I read that.
That's what he read.
Thank you.
Okay, are you done, Commissioner?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Frank Baca.
Just a quick question, and this is more for your County Attorney Martinez in regards to that additional language. I'm not opposed to it, but it certainly puts a clear burden and responsibility on us to make sure that people, our staff, which is a big part of safety for them, are properly trained and utilizing the PPE, I think that's the term. And I just want to just ask Attorney Martinez if he feels that this is does this additional language help us or does it hurt us? I mean, there's a clear responsibility on our part, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and also thank you, Commissioner Benson. I think you got to it. From an attorney's point of view, we'll look at what we're including, and there's some conclusions in that, like high risk and stuff, that gives us prior knowledge, so that if you would be in a lawsuit, the argument would be, well, you had prior knowledge of the risks involved in this, which probably happening now by the debate. But if you codify it, and you go to court, if there's prior knowledge with regard to inherent risk, then that prior knowledge can be used against you for enhanced liability or easier liability, both in workers' comp and in third-party litigation. And there's a lot of legal terms in here, but I actually believe we've done great work on this right now by just using the word risk and also using the word that you can mitigate the risk. So I think we acknowledge that there is risk and we acknowledge that we can mitigate it. It's really, in my humble opinion, 100% better just through the work of this commission at the dais right now.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? And then I'll go to Commissioner Benson. All right, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Attorney, given that risk, do we have similar statements for the risk that our employees take on just by pulling weeds, being struck by a car? It seems like that risk is much greater than a long-term negative effect in glyphosate. Do we acknowledge that, and do we codify and counter that? Or is that just kind of general operating practices that's covered by insurance?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, that's a great question. This, the area of law that this is in for our employees is under workers' compensation. And workers' comp means it's on-the-job injury. So if somebody's working there, of course, in a busy thoroughfare, dangerous, just for the fact
your
they're there.
microphone a little bit.
And so that's their, ironically, hazardous exposure is a more difficult area of law. And with regard to injurious exposure and last injurious exposure. So this is just a policy that you guys are weighing the inherent risks of this activity and deciding how you want to do that. I think you've done a good weighing of the risk, but injurious exposure through toxic chemicals is much more difficult litigation. And we've even seen for example, for firefighters, there are now some presumed injuries that firefighters have that you don't necessarily have to prove. And the same thing goes for instance, laboratory uranium workers, that certain cancers are presumed to have been done by that exposure without having to bring in 25 years of medical records. So this is an area of law that's emerging, and it is especially emerging with regard to what I would call latent diseases, because some of these diseases may not appear for 10 years.
Thank you. I'm wondering, I know Commissioner Barbara Baca was a lifeguard also. I was exposed to a carcinogen every day as a lifeguard with the sun, and I was never warned about it, although I was kind of an idiot. I should have been putting on sunblock. But now I've got skin cancer that I've got to cut off every couple years because of lack of melanin. And so but that was on-the-job exposure to a carcinogen. I'm just curious if we're only focusing on, we have lifeguards working for us at the county. I was wondering if we're only focused on this, when there's many other risks that might be actually even more of a risk to safety than this. Just curious, and it sounds like we're focusing on this, to your answer, that we don't actually address all the cars rushing by these employees, which is greater risk than glyphosate, although not as big of a long-term risk, but more of an immediate risk. So it sounds like we don't really address that specifically with resolution, but we are here. And, all right, I just want to make sure I understand the priority of this glyphosate. Thank you.
Madam County Manager? do you want to leave?
Through the chair, I just want to just acknowledge and appreciate the question and to say that, the underpinning of the reason this policy is being brought forward, and I hope that the process that the community and our staff go through the year will actually allow us to more deeply bring back to you some shared strategies about how to proceed, but with some very meaningful, strong understanding of what the trade-offs are based on the decision that the commission makes. And so, for example, a very significant reason this is coming forward is that we do and are very concerned about our employees being in harm's way in very high traffic areas that are dangerous. And so that's part of the reason I think the point about creating that flexibility at the end. And I think Chair Olivas helped me understand that I could allay those fears because the staff will have the flexibility to be responsive within this framework to both our employees, the risk of them being in on roadways and in medians, and also being able to balance that risk relative to glyphosate. But what this discussion has really helped me understand is that as those trade-offs come back to all of you, that we're going to have to lay those out in a way that really give you the opportunity to make the best and most informed choices. So using both the community committee to help us think about that, but then bringing you back something that allows you to very carefully assess each of the trade-offs between choices that are being made from a policy perspective.
Commissioner, any other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, I guess my only other comment would be to ask if you would consider presenting these, if we approve these amendments, present them back to the original committee and get their feedback on these. Since they had approved the original, and then we should still have time before the May 1st deadline to get feedback from them.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, go ahead.
Well, I guess I just wanted to interject that I don't know if it sounded like I heard an urgency to start earlier because the vegetation, because the weeds are blooming and this is the time to get to them. So I don't know that that would be friendly to our staff, I guess, is what I'm asking.
And I
Mr.
guess
Chair?
I'm going to just go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barboa, that is correct. Part of the May 1st deadline is really for the back end of next year, as opposed to right now, if it is approved, we just want the timeline to be May 25 to May 26 for the IVMMP so that we can get the months that we missed right now in our planning process. So there is an urgency, and in particular with the new process, I believe that we would not want to defer that timeline.
Mr. Chair.
So I want to answer the question real quick, and then I'll go to Commissioner Barboa. So I think I would ask our county manager and our county staff if they would be willing to present this again. This is still the original resolution, 90% of it probably is still intact. I think we heard from a couple steering committee members tonight that they support the amendments because I actually shared them with them. I shared them with staff ahead of time too. And so I don't think there's anything in here that they would find objectionable. And so I'm willing to, be present at that meeting if if at all possible, but I'm not going to commit to presenting them because I do think that, close to 100, almost 100% of this work is still the staff's work, and this is just adding to what I think was already a very good product. So that's my answer. Commissioner Baca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was going to be my comment too. I mean, the two individuals that we heard from were, let us say, had concerns, and they have, they're not giving us a clean slate here. They're saying, we want to participate in this next year of developing this vegetative management plan, and we're committed to that. And I think that is the real winner here, that we are going to be doing this vegetative management plan together with experts. And I believe that this is a very good work product, and that this language it adds to it. I don't think it puts on. I saw some of our staff sort of nodding when we were having the conversation about this, that there's some. It's all about, I mean, weeds are in the eye of the beholder sort of thing. I mean, we're going to be putting in natural grasses that some people are going to think are weeds, so this is going to be a process. And my vote is to move this forward now, because I think this is pretty darn close and pretty good, so that we can get going on the vegetative management plan. So that's fine.
All right, I think everyone's had an opportunity to weigh in. We'll go ahead and close the floor and call the question. The first question is on the amendments, and then we'll go to the underlying bill. So we had a motion, a second from the vice chair. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signal in the affirmative. Aye.
Aye.
Mr.
Commissioner
Mr.
Benson.
Chair, on page 2, were we going to leave in such as or take it out?
Oh, I don't consider that friendly, and so no, I would like to leave that in.
Okay, thank you. No.
Okay. So the vote on the amendment is 4-1, so we're on the amended resolution. Any further discussion on the amended bill? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor signal in the affirmative. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, and that passes on a 4-1 vote. Congratulations to our pros team. Thank you for all your work on this. I think we got a really good product here, and thank you for working with us and with the steering committee. And I also want to thank our blue collar folks in the room for coming out tonight and for the hard work that you do, keeping our county looking beautiful. So thank you for what you do, and I hope this helps support your work.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along, we'll go to item 9A. This is Bernalillo County Housing Development Services Division Strategy, and County Manager Cindy Chavez to present on this exciting
Thank you.
item.
What's that?
I said this is an exciting item.
It really is. It really is. And I too just want to say thank you to all the staff. I know some folks are leaving, but I want to thank them, and Danette, you and your team, and Kali, thank you. So we're moving on to item that is very exciting, I know, to all of you, because you've all reinforced for me over and over again how important it is that we prioritize housing. We are coming back before you based on a resolution from January 28th that was brought forward by Commissioner Barbara Baca to challenge us to figure out a way to do more relative to housing, specifically affordable housing. And what you have before you is a plan that anticipates a very exciting development, and that is that through the leadership of Chair Baca and a number of you, our entire commission, and also the Housing Collaborative, we are poised today for the legislature they have put forward a $110 million investment in affordable housing that is on the governor's desk, and I hope it's like right on top of her desk, that we're waiting to see if that bill gets signed. So what you have before you is a plan that the staff worked on very vigorously, and I wanted to just say a very sincere thank you both to the leadership of the staff, but also to Commissioner Baca. We did have some good insight and feedback from you and your team, and really, really appreciate it. So with that, I would do a drum roll, but I'm just going to go ahead and turn it right over to Marcos to take us on to talk about housing. And we're really excited to hear your thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Madam Manager, for the introduction, and Chair and Commissioners. This presentation could not be would not have been able to put together without the members of the Economic Development team, and would like to thank Carolyn Tobias for her inputs as well. So first of all, we get it. The commission is very concerned about the housing crisis in the county, and there's from the creation of the Housing Collaborative of wanting to work with our city partners, and I am at the hip with Joseph Montoya. We can't go anywhere without each other, so we are definitely taking that very seriously. And studies have shown from the city to the COG to APS the growing number of people experiencing homelessness, which is staggering to our homeless children in APS and different pieces we get it. So really we need housing for everyone in the county, from seniors to veterans to our workforce to permanent supportive housing and all in between. Really real quick, what is affordable housing? So this is any type of housing that is somehow supported or made affordable through government support, whether that be through Section 8 vouchers, whether that be through programs like our conduit financing, or many of other items where we bring down the cost of doing housing. Where we traditionally kind of fit in is really in that emergency shelter through permanent supportive housing. We've really done that type of housing continuously, whether that's giving money for the Gateway homeless shelter, whether that's different nonprofits, or that's even through our number of workforce housing projects that we work through. One area that we haven't targeted specifically too much, which we need more aggressiveness into that, is in the missing middle. So folks that don't qualify for any of these programs here, but still their net income still makes them below their threshold to be able to afford housing. And then also for that next rung up at market rate housing of being able to actually afford a first-time single-family home, being able to make that affordable. Currently, in this last month, GAR, the Greater Albuquerque Realtors Association, reported that the average house was near $370,000 in Albuquerque, which if you think about that, if you're at an entry level, I know, right, Commissioner Arroyo, you're like, what? Is thinking about, like, how can somebody afford that? Even thinking about the mortgage payment on that. Commissioner Benson is in banking, thinking about how are you going to be able to actually afford that and make that happen? And so that's what we're trying to do. Additional considerations going into affordable housing is looking at the increasing in substance abuse that we see in the community, our behavioral health challenges that we're working with, and how are we being able to wrap around and provide additional services beyond the housing that this community really needs to be able to be successful and being able to actually help the community, expanding income inequalities that we see, and also the understanding that funding is finite of what we're given. We were only given from the 110 million that was passed, we're only going to get 40 million here at the county. So how are we going to best work with the city and other partners to making sure that we push that money even further and get the most number of units, and really not 2 + 2 is equal 4. We need to make 2 + 2 equal 100 here, because we have to be able to work, make and stretch further. So affordable housing provides a great number of benefits beyond just a roof. It's housing stability, economic mobility. When you have that roof, of being able to actually, the sense of the community, we see that in reducing crime and school attendance for our children. And so it's more than just a roof you're providing, it's actually stability and quality of life. So for the county, and I just wanted to point out that this is we adjusted this slide to make it a little bit more make sense than what was uploaded into the presentation. I'm working with Julianne to get that squared away. But from 2012 through the present, we've worked in 23 different projects going on. They've created a little over 4,000 units, and in turn have through invested a little over 700, almost a little under 750 million. In terms of rising costs, I just wanted to, I had a printout of some of the initial projects that we worked on, were like at $8 million was the private investment amount. The latest one we'll talk about a little bit later with Tierra Linda is $78 million. So thinking about how prices have increased and how really it is expensive to do housing. This is an interactive map, thanks to the good folks at GIS, to be able to show all the different projects that we've worked through in economic development on affordable housing. We'll make this available to the public as well, to be able to see where all the work we're doing throughout the county in each of the different districts. So in talking about a sample affordable housing project we were talking about with Tierra Linda, this is going to be a brand new affordable housing project for 240 units. Began in July of 2024, and as I said, the price now was $78 million. Even with using low-income housing tax credits, the tax exemption that we're providing, the tax exemption on the federal level, the project is still short and is short $4 million. And the big part of that is due to the equity markets softening on low-income housing tax credits. So this is a project that we want to bring forward eventually for maybe use of some of the funds we get from the legislature. In terms of, we wanted to give you not only a typical project, but also show like what's a typical roadmap that a project goes on in order to get to completion, from the project idea, the initial concept, all the way through strategic planning, deal structuring, and the resource allocation. As you can see, we're talking about that additional resource allocation for Tierra Linda. In terms of design and construction, the development of that project would be under construction and take about 27 months to actually construct. A lot of the projects that we work on, they're usually in the like 2 to 4 year time frame. And so it's like, how do we help shorten that time frame to actually get new units up is going to be the big question. As I said, continued challenges for developing housing is the material costs, the labor shortages, looking at zoning and regulatory challenges, the nix on that for us, so we're good. And what are the other barriers that are put in front of us that are not allowing us to actually develop housing, and which barriers can we control and be able to take down and cut the red tape, so to speak, to be able to make that timelines go faster and get shovels in the ground to put units in there. The county has a number of different puzzle pieces, because it's just not economic development that is working in housing, from a great work with the Housing Collaborative to our CIP group that's always scouring for grants and funding, to our actual housing department that actually manages a lot of our different voucher and stability programs. But with that, we're looking at how do we introduce a new housing development division, which its purpose is really to increase the efficiencies and look at really driving home the how can we take what data we have, what data are we missing, and build additional partnerships to actually make housing happen a lot quicker here in Bernalillo County. With the adding into the new housing development division, it's going to add into the fabric and weave into all of our different programs and stakeholders and community stakeholders. Within this new development division, we're specifically talking about this request here has asking for 3 new FTEs in fiscal year 26 for a housing leader, a facilitator, and executive assistant. Now, I understand that the budget is really tight for FY26 and talked about maybe delaying that till FY27, but the clear need is that we need folks now working on developing housing and getting the units in the air. And so we've talked with Dr. Lindstrom and myself, have been talking about how do we take existing funding and work with contractual arrangements to actually get those people in the seats today, is to be able to get the bus going. So with that, let's work together and make something great, because I know that we can, and I believe in Bernalillo County, and we can build it together. So with that, stand for any questions. And then, one last comment is, I know I went through this deckly quick, but in the uploads for the commission, there's a very detailed report that goes through a lot more information, and happy to meet with or discuss with any of your community stakeholders as well about how we make sure that we get housing going for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Madam County Manager, do you have any closing comments, or we'll go to the commission? All right. Commissioners, I saw Commissioner Frank Baca first.
So, thank you for this presentation. Thank you for the concept. This is obviously important for our community. I'm not a numbers person, and so I'm surprised to hear myself say this. Next statement, which is, I really feel that it's important for this to be data-driven, to really understand the need. Over the last couple of years that I've been trying to inform myself a little bit about this need, this project, this concern about housing. I've heard so many different numbers thrown out, and I continually ask people, where'd you get that number from? Where was that 25,000, 40,000 figure coming from, over what period of time? And what we do know, unfortunately, is that we have essentially a zero growth in this county. And I think that's in your report. And so that's a concern to me, that we have essentially a zero growth. So I'm thinking that this is a great opportunity to really look hard at the data that exists and then follow up with additional assessment, because there's one thing that I am very certain of and have come to learn over the last year that is extremely important, and that is of supportive housing. I think that's the one area that is in dispute, that's not in dispute in terms of the need. There's others in terms of senior housing and veteran housing as well. But I just think that this is a really great opportunity to be really data-driven and really smart about it, and not just identifying the need and then targeting the type of housing that we want to focus on, which for me, again, starts number one would be supportive housing, is to think about the project and the quality of the project. The location of the project means a lot. Location means a lot in the restaurant business. It means a lot in housing as well. Not only is it the location, but the nature of the project in terms of the quality of the project, the friendliness of the neighborhood, and the feeling that people have by living there, and all the other aspects that go along with living. It's not just housing a person and finding a place, but it should be a quality, a certain quality. And then we have the follow-up need to monitor affordability if that's the issue, to monitor compliance. And we've all heard, and I've learned about some kind of disaster project that currently exists in Albuquerque right now, places that, quite frankly, none of us would want to live in. There are some really serious concerns so I'm very supportive of this, but I'm just arguing, and I'm sure this will be the case as we go forward, that we will really do a hard look on the needs and the nature of the projects and really strive for quality products for our community. And so, but thank you for your work, and I read your material and very interested in continuing to support you in whatever way we can, both the manager and Director Gonzalez. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair Barboa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Frank Baca. I couldn't be more, I'm so thankful you're here. I think this is a great presentation, and some of this I'd like to see, like, for example, when I look at the interactive map, I know that specifically the ones in my area have been mostly refurbished, which, like, refurbishing, making dignified living for seniors, for housing projects that are dilapidated or already out of date. We should be proud of those and celebrate them. And they're separate from what the, like, housing that's needed, to the point of, like, data. So where are we making dignified living, and be proud and celebrate those and be clear in our information about that? And where are we increasing housing based on the need? And I would just 100 times agree with Commissioner Baca that, supportive housing, which is so expensive, and it's long-term. But, and I think we now, I was in this Familiar Faces program that just talked about, it was a national, got to speak with other counties and other places across the country that are dealing with similar issues as we are. And thankfully to Dr. Lindstrom's expertise, we've been able to see that we actually have a number of about 486, something like that number, of people that we can identify that are clogging up our jails, that are rotating between our jails, our emergency rooms, because they don't have that housing. I've spoke to many of family members of those people. Usually they have severe mental illness or some dual diagnosis of things. And I've spoke to so many family members of them that were like, when my kid was 17, I could commit him, get him stabilized, and he was living with me. Now he's 32. I'm still caring for my person that I love and care for. And sometimes I need things like be able to commit them, but they also need housing that is long-term and supportive and dignified as well. Because I've also seen a lot of those places that do that kind of supportive housing that have been under fire because of not having, like, hiring people that are intoxicated or, so I think, and I often talk about this at the camp, like I often think of, when I think of the differences, or when my family asks me, what's the difference between the city and the county? City's larger, city can I think of the county, and maybe others don't agree with me, but I really think of this as the social safety net, right? We are like the place we're MDC, we're the public hospital, we're the place that is that safety net. So we might not be the glamorous buying new high rises and having big stadiums that are in our, that we can sing about, but we can and should be able to be proud that we are building a strong safety net that eliminates those clogging of our services. This isn't just about those individual people, right? This is about our whole, my cousin, my elderly aunt sitting in the hospital room in the emergency room with those people with severe mental illness and polysubstance use, because we don't have a place for them, and we're just shuffling them along, and they're in the emergency room with your sick family member when they shouldn't be, right? So I know my rant is big, but and I'm very proud of like our work together to create this collaborative housing with the city that I think is going to address, I feel like needs to be some buckets in this to be able to say like, okay, our collaborative housing right now, it's talking about, it includes affordable housing. It's not including these kind of severe mental or what's the bed number for mental health. I'm not asking to change that. I think we need that, and we need a strategy for how we're addressing the behavioral health. Again, what I feel is our core work to make sure that we have stabilized and we're solving the issues of the unhoused by behavioral health. And we need something that looks at like the dignified housing for seniors, and we're redoing our, I live right next to Mountain View Apartments, which was one of the biggest, and I think is probably still one of the biggest apartment complexes, was originally made in the 1970s to house immigrant refugees. So it's a huge apartment complex. When I was young, there's a bunch of, it continues to have various of immigrant families and low-income populations, obviously. They've been there forever. Buildings have burned down. I don't see much. They slapped some. I think of like, what's the accountability to say they've shut down all, they used to have green grass, now they don't. Like, where's the county holding those projects accountable? Somebody owns those buildings, I feel like, have been paid for over millions of times, right? So if they were built in the 70s, and the most I've seen them do in my lifetime is slap a coat of paint on them. Where is the accountability to those kind of things? I also think of, there was a bunch of legislation this year, none that passed, around eviction and all the fees. My son and his wife, my son's going to be turning 30 this year. They don't have any kids. They both just work. They don't have a college education. They work. My son's security guard. My daughter-in-law works at a cannabis dispensary. So they're working regular trade jobs, making it themselves without any dependents, and they're still living paycheck to paycheck. Anytime they need to get an apartment, they have to put deposit down. They have to pay application fees. Every single apartment they apply for, $100
to apply to just get even looked at a place. And then when they didn't have a heater for a year by TNC Management was their management company, a whole year went by. They had to do their own work to follow up with, get an audit, to finally hold the landowner accountable to getting them a heater. They weren't asking for a balcony. They were an essential heater. And I don't know how, like, I think this is really good material. And I want to see, like, where are we addressing those pieces that aren't getting covered? And some of those things might be state responsibility, right? Like, I think if I'm not sure how much we can add to eviction. I'm interested if there's opportunity to talk about that. But yeah, I just feel like I want to see some of those buckets. I want to see where are we, because affordable housing can mean anything. And I've especially learned more recently that oftentimes affordable for who is what we're really talking, for who. I would love to see something affordable for someone like my son and his wife, or my son and wife, an example of someone like my son and wife plus one kid even. Right now, I don't think we're even getting to that. And I think the last I'll say, we talk often, and I was on housing when my children, I was a single mom with 2 kids, and I was on Section 8 housing. And it was so helpful for me. I got to continue, I've said this many times, I got to continue school. I got to, have a part-time job and still have a great place for the little playground in the apartment complex that we lived in that my kids could play in. But, and it worked. And once I made a little more money, my, rent got higher there until I phased out, right? To where I made enough to where I could pay for my own rent. But that's not really an opportunity for anyone anymore. And you have to be like dirt poor to be able to get that opportunity anymore. You can't be, there's no incentive to want to do better, because the gap between what you pay when you're dirt poor to when you just make a little bit over being that dirt poor to what now you have to pay to just survive is so big that there is an incentive for us. And I know these are big, long time problems and we can't solve the world, but I think to have a plan that includes a process for us to start thinking about that for this new house. So is this ask tonight? Sorry for my big rant. But I especially because of when I saw Representative Janela Narnu had a housing eviction, expungement of evictions, which is another thing. Like right now, we want all the best for folks re-entering from incarceration. Right now, they won't even get looked at, right? So where are they supposed to live? They need to live somewhere because we don't want them in the streets, right? And we don't want them doing more illegal activity because they can't survive on a basic job. So anyways, my rant is to say, is tonight the ask to pass this plan? Is it to develop the new Housing Development Services Division? And if there's any comments to my big rant, and thank you for your work. I know we're all doing great. I feel like we're doing great work.
So if I may just jump in and then Marcos, whatever I forget. So let me just say, both listening to Commissioner Frank Baca and through the chair and to Commissioner Barboa, that I think the fact that there is so much wrong, that you could list that off and you could have gone even longer with even more concerns about housing in our community. And let me just take this from a big picture and then just talk more specifically about what we're asking. The big picture is every single thing that you all invest in, every program, falls short when the people we're trying to help don't have stable housing.
That's right.
Everyone. Like I could go down the list and you'd say yes, 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 yes. So the problem is significant. That said, what we're asking for tonight is what we know is not the beginning, because I know that staff had been doing work on this and in partnership, as you saw earlier, with the city of Albuquerque, and I just want to reinforce, as it has been reinforced to me through a number of the commissioners, how important that partnership is with the city, that we are spending our money collectively, so we are being enormously effective and efficient. What we're asking today is to let us begin that journey in terms of phase 2. And here's what's so critical. What we know is that there are a number of studies, and the city of Albuquerque has invested in so many of them. I've read 3 or 4 of what they've invested in just since 2022. They've done a bunch of reports about the deltas and the need, and there's a lot of research and information out there. All that said, the importance here is that we begin and that we move very quickly in partnership with the city on projects that need a little bit of money to get a number of people housed. And the reason that's important is that the state, if the governor should sign this legislation, the state is not just testing the county, but they're testing the city, our ability to work together, and our ability to get housing out of the ground that is affordable. Now, as in one of the slides, I know that, and I'll let Marcos touch on the framework of affordability, just so I want to make sure we're accurate. But the goal is to demonstrate that we can invest and get people housed quickly. That's really number one goal, because we will never be able to go back to the state and say, trust us, we can move. The second is that we've got this incredible staff, not just Marcos, and we definitely need more of a team to do this, but under the leadership of Dr. Lindstrom and the whole team over there. I see Amber behind me too, that behavioral health work overlaps directly with this, and there is money that the state is going to make available for that transitional housing and for permanent, what you and I would refer to as permanent supportive housing. There are a number of policy changes that need to go forward in order for us to be able to really make a dent for these, for our high-need communities. But the very first is getting the lead out and moving and starting to get developments going forward. And I do think with this partnership that we're not just talking about 40 million for the city and potentially, and 40 million for the county, but what we're really talking about is an $80 million partnership, taking a strong look at what we can do at a local level relative to behavioral health, collaborating deeply with the city of Albuquerque and the judiciary over the behavioral health dollars that are coming forward at a state level, driving those down and moving as quickly as we can. And what I appreciate, you can see all the little activity on the slides, the little moving cars and stuff, because we were trying to figure out how to demonstrate we want to move. Like we know that that's our job. And to be candid with you, we're not going to be able to solve every single one of these issues, but there are so many ways that the county can play a leadership role in partnership with the city to make some changes that will get more housing out of the ground. And let me use one example. The point you raised about the first and last month's rent. It is possible for us to create a joint pool that we are the bank essentially for people for first month and last month, that we could hold, that could be used for many, many people as they stabilize their credit and get stabilized in projects. There are many, many things that don't cost us a lot of money, but would allow us to start to help people at different levels. So we're looking forward to getting projects built, but also looking for those ways that with just a little bit of money, we can help a lot of people. Because we have to be able to do 3 things at once. We got to move fast. We got to help a lot of people because there's a lot of people suffering. And then we've got to get better at it while we're doing it and look at all these different ways to leverage a very limited resource. $80 million is not a lot of money. I mean, relative to housing, it's a lot of money to you and I and relative to the public, but it is not a lot relative to housing. But I am absolutely confident that if we're really, really strategic, we're going to be able to make a dent, and I mean this very literally, in being able to support these populations of people that are already within our obligation to serve. But maybe if you could just touch on the affordability ranges.
Sure. So Madam Manager and Commission. So when we're looking at the different affordability, HUD has different rates, and I think what you're really talking about is based on those income limits, which is really in that permanent affordable housing and some of the other transitional pieces as well. And really where a lot of big population misses out is in this missing middle income, because HUD unfortunately looks at your income, at your gross income, not at your net income. So not what takes it out after student loans or certain other payments. There's so many different families that are that one paycheck away, that one hot water heater away going out, whatever it is, from being in a homeless situation or not having, or where their rent is just breaking their back. So it's figuring out how can we also use our existing construct, which our state laws allow us to do, to be able to also support this missing middle, so we can have that supporting that workforce piece, and then also on the permanent supportive housing. And then just for the public's clarification, the $80 million that we're talking about that the city and the Albuquerque got, the legislature coupled it together with transitional and affordable housing mixed together. So from that end, we working with Dr. Lindstrom and our folks at the city to figure out how do we best target out both this workforce piece with the affordable housing and also that transitional housing piece, and be able to demonstrate to the legislature that we can move fast. And there was a different pot of money as well that did not pass for affordable housing. There was for $500 million to Housing New Mexico, and talking to Senator Gonzalez was saying that, like, well, some senators thought it was too much money. And I was like, are you kidding me? $500 million is a drop in the bucket for affordable housing. Bernalillo County and the city could spend that overnight. So we need to be being able to move fast, like the county manager is saying, but being able to show next session, hey, we moved fast, we pushed the money, and this is where we are able to invest more. So invest in us again, because we're a good bet.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing, these are the buckets I was talking about. Thank you for bringing them back up. And I really love that those are our priorities, those three. I love seeing that as I keep talking about us as the social safety net. So thank you for both listening to my rant and actually having included it already.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would just say, I want to end or start with how Marcos ended, is that something like we are better together, or something like that, which I have been advocating with this housing collaborative since I got this job. And to me, if you all remember when we set our capital priorities and we said $100 million for housing, and everybody kind of took a step backward and a deep gasp, but we worked hand in hand with the city of Albuquerque, with our staff, with their staff, with our behavioral health specialists, as well as our economic development specialists, and went to the legislature and talked about the huge need in transitional housing, supportive housing, and more housing stock. So all of those were part of the conversation up at the legislative session. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to thank our legislature, first of all, for believing in us, because they have challenged us, as the county manager's report little slideshow here shows. It's a challenge, because they've also said, and we want you to do it in a year. We want you to get things moving. So we need to adopt this tonight, and I urge your support to adopt this tonight and start tomorrow. Because we've already been working, but we now know, and we're hoping that the governor does sign this, that there's going to be money available. How we go about doing that has got to be the same thing that, and our speaker, Javier Martinez, said, all hands on deck. So we now have the state, working with us. We now have the city and the county working together. And that, to me, is the success that we have, but we can't rest on our laurels. We've got to move this forward. So to me, Vice Chair Barboa, the ask here tonight is to say, this is our intention. Our intent is to move forward, to fulfill the promise that we made when we went up to Santa Fe these last 60 days and said, we can do it. The sustainable, division out of the county manager's office of housing development is coming, and we're going to try and bridge that with what Marcos and Dr. Lindstrom were talking about. How do we fund that now? as we move toward the more sustainable division of housing development. And how do we get professional contracts and work with the private sector and leverage this funding that we know is coming from the state to get our private partners engaged in what they do best. You know, they're the developers of this community, and the county's not doing this alone. But we play a crucial role, and I want Marcos to go to that one slide on page 7, because affordable housing does more than just build rooftops. It's what you're talking about, Vice Chair Barboa. It's, you know, it's the basis, as the county manager said, for all of the things we do. If people don't have a roof over their head, they can't shower, they can't get ready to go and get that job, they can't raise their children and send them to school and make sure that they have food on the table. All of those things we're working on, but they can't do that, and we can't do that without a roof, a basic need of shelter. And we know that there's a crisis. When we drive home tonight, I will drive by, you know, the crisis that we're experiencing. This is a great day. So I'll end there. Thank you. Urge your support.
Thank you, Commissioner Baca. All right, I'm going to try to do this with some rate of brevity, but this is a heavy issue, and there's a lot to unpack here and what's being proposed here. So I want to start by thanking my Commissioner Barbara Baca here for her tireless effort on this since we started together in this commission, starting with the Housing Collaborative, and then putting forward this wild ask to the state legislature, particularly the one this year that, you know, I think all of us probably had some level of skepticism, but she didn't, or apparently she didn't, because she was successful. And this is literally historic. The first time in living memory that the state has directly invested money into the city of Albuquerque and the county of Bernalillo for housing. I mean, that's huge. Yeah, seriously, that is huge. And we owe that to Commissioner Baca and to our county team here that went up to Santa Fe. I was not there, but I was watching the hearing that you all presented to Chair Small, to the House Appropriations Committee, and we had some brilliant folks there. County Manager Marcos, as did the city, Mr. Montoya and Director Gilbert Martinez. I mean, really, I think you all are huge to the reason why they took that ask seriously. Because I think, you know, I had a lot of conversations with legislators early on, and I got kind of a skeptical look, like, okay, all right, you know, we'll see. And this really happened. So huge thing. And we need to thank also our legislators. Chair Nathan Small, Vice Chair Meredith Dixon, Senator Michael Padilla on the Senate side. And we also need to say thanks to Mr. Damon Eli, who was a key mediary emissary between governments and the legislature, and our lobbyist, Dan Weeks, who was also hugely involved in this. I mean, so I just want to say that from the start, that a lot of people made this happen. County Manager.
I was just going to add one person, and that's the speaker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was amazing.
The Speaker of the State House, so many people. And so many people could have kind of taken this off the rails too, by the way, with just one person, and that didn't happen. So incredible work. I really do see this as an opportunity to prove to the state that next year we need 100 million. Next year we need 150 million. As Marcos said, that ask that was made for 500 million.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify for the public, our ask between the city and the county for affordable housing and traditional was north of 300 million because of that we have an actual true need with actual real projects that could actually be developed, so.
Right, so they despite the historic funded, they still underfunded us. So we need to go back again and get some more, but we need to show them that we can do it, because that is why they haven't done this in the past, is they have been skeptical that we can execute. So I realize that. But I am going to play devil's advocate here for a minute and just put a couple of things out there. And I think Commissioner Baca, Frank Baca, alluded to this a little bit. And I, in addition to my work in the landscaping and plumbing industry, I also own some real estate, and I'm a landlord. I'm a hands-on landlord. I don't let my tenants go without heat for more than a night if I can help it. But I gotta share and this is anecdotal, I get it. But I had a unit that was $850 a month with a yard in a house that sat vacant for 3 months. Limited applicants, just people not even calling, they call, don't call back. I am somewhat skeptical of this 35,000 units short when you couple that with zero growth. Now, I do think we're short of units where you're supported, where you're coming right off of the street, you're living in a tent tonight and we want to get you housed. You're probably not going to end up in my $850 unit for a variety of reasons, right? You probably don't even know it's out there to begin with. But I do think that we really need to focus much more on those supportive housing pieces rather than just, hey, this developer's going to come in and build 500 units that are just going to be on the open market. They're going to be on Zillow and apartments.com. And that is, I don't actually think that's particularly helpful. I think that we have to be more targeted in our approach. And I'm not saying this doesn't propose that. Sorry, going through my list here. So your supportive housing, I think, is very important, and all the elements around that and behavioral health. I think that we need to use this opportunity, and I saw you already did this. I think Nick had a part in this building permit review times that is pictured in here, which is very impressive. And I hope that this gets shared with the governor's office, because we were all in her office when she challenged us, and I said, challenge accepted. We want to meet the need. We want to meet the call. And I just think this needs to be shared, that we are, in most cases, 5 days ahead of our own internal timelines, which are already, this is a 10-day internal approval metric, and so we're 5 days ahead. That means we're approving most plans, permits within a week or less. That's pretty fast. I don't think we can make an argument that we're holding it up. But I think that needs to continue to be a piece of this. And we need to make sure that that is shared with the good work we're doing. But moving into, sort of what are we approving? And I'm still not sure I heard a totally clear answer to that. And I just want to ask a very direct question. Are we approving the creation of 3 FTEs tonight?
I would like direction from you that we can do that and integrate that in as part of our budget discussion, because I recognize that we need to be able to find the money in the budget and demonstrate to you that we can do that. So to me, that part of it would go, yes, we're interested in creating the division, and we would bring back the division positions as part of the budget process.
Okay, and so then I will answer that for me anyway, not the whole commission, but I have so much conflicted emotions on this, because I really support the effort. We have to deliver. I think we have great staff, but I'm still not sure that we can deliver on this kind of infusion of capital, coupled with the opioid settlement money, coupled with, our next item, which is discussion on the fund balance, and all these things coupled together. I'm not sure that we can deliver on moving all of that money. But there was a survey that came out recently that was asking people about their trust in government and their faith in government. And it's not good. And this was local government and state government. It was not good. And the sentiment that was highlighted is that many people, again, generalizing, many people feel that government tries to do too many things and not enough of them well, right? Because you're just trying to do so much that everything's important, so nothing's important. And so I do, I have a little bit of pause about growing government, growing the mission, creeping. But this is really important, and it is foundational to all of these other things that we seek to impact. So my challenge to you, or my suggestion, is that in meeting that demand to get those 3 FTEs, we find trade-offs. And we look at, and I'm talking frankly, specifically to the county manager division, because that's where this will be housed. And I don't want to see this impact pros and the men and women out there pulling weeds and running the community centers. I don't want to see this impact the sheriff's department or the fire department. I really hope that we can look at administrative positions that, are we getting, and contracts too. But I really do think we have to make some serious trade-offs. We have to ask ourselves, what is important? I think we heard loud and clear that we're committed to this mission, even me, despite my slight reservations. But we have to trade off. I think we just have to be willing to look at our mission and look at our positions, our contracts, and say, these are just things that we don't need right now if this is the direction we're gonna head. So I really think that we have to do that. And I do not like the idea of saying, we'll pay for it with reserves this year and we'll figure it out next year. I do not think that's a good idea. I think we need to figure it out now. If it's a priority now, this commission isn't gonna change next year. It's just really not possible. So let's figure it out now. And so the last thing that I'll say on this is that the other slight element of heartburn I have here is the housing collaborative. And what I thought was going to be the housing collaborative, and it has changed over the years, but when we first started the housing collaborative and I was at a news conference, I had a reporter asking me about, are we combining the housing departments? How is that gonna work? Albuquerque Housing Authority and the county nonprofit and all that, that's all gonna be combined. Who's gonna be in charge of that and blah, blah, blah. And, I realized that was a really scary question for everybody to answer and everybody was unsure about that. And so, gradually we sort of took pieces out. Okay, we're not gonna do the housing departments because that's really about vouchers and that's a very, different mission than development. So this is just gonna be focused on collaborating and combining at the time our development efforts. Now we're creating our own housing development division, not at the collaborative, internally to us. And so I just think that I still support the collaborative first, because I think that combining resources in a time of resource scarcity, when there's a problem this big, makes sense, makes the most sense. And so I know that's not what this is. This doesn't even contemplate that, frankly, but I'm a little disappointed that, and I realize that takes two to tango. It's not just us. It's the city of Albuquerque has to invest in it too. And so I'm a little disappointed about that, but overall, I really do support this. I think we know that this is something we have to invest in, but we are gonna have to make hard decisions because we don't have the money this year to just say, cake and this, we're gonna have to decide which one. So with that, any other commissioners? Commissioner Benson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and along with the congratulations to everybody who made this possible, including the original initiative by Commissioner Baca. I know nothing happens without Kathy Court in terms of the capital outlay. So thank you for your efforts. And then Senators Gonzalez and Campos, from what I saw, were also very involved. So I just want to thank them as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Commissioner Baca?
Just one statement that you made, I think is really of importance. The collaboration, it's just collaboration, or it's just the city. That is so hard. Partnerships are so hard, and marriages are so hard. And we have come together, and we're going to have to continue to nurture that partnership. There is no question in my mind about it. And so we've done a great thing, and we need to continue. And I know I don't mean to belittle what you said, because it's a work in progress still, and we're building our own at the county. And I don't think that it needs to be one or the other. I think that we're building to a place where there is this great need, because as you see on your screen, housing is the foundation. You said that, housing is the foundation for all of these other things and other services and safety net and all that we provide. But this is a really important partnership, and we've got to, also put our work, our money where our mouth is. And so that's just a small comment.
Would you like to make a motion?
Move approval.
All right. Do we have a second? I'll second.
So we have thank you. I just wanted to say a couple things that one, I do really want to, there's a lot of people to thank, and we haven't done anything yet. So And one of them is, I really want to acknowledge Senator Munoz, because this went through his committee and it could have easily never come out. So I want to just say thank you to him. And also, just to acknowledge, Chair Olivas, the points you raised. I want you all to understand that before coming forward with this proposal, we evaluated a number of options about how to get the work done. And what I am presenting you is the best option that we and the staff, even in collaboration and conversations with others, are bringing forward to you. I will also just acknowledge that it's not perfect. But what I am thrilled about, and I mean this literally, is that we have a window of opportunity, and we've got to push as many people through it as we can and demonstrate that, to your point, that people not only don't trust local government, they don't trust a lot of things right now. And as I look at this from a national perspective, the thing I'm most thrilled about is that the one place that I think we can build in faith in each other and in government is really at a local level. So we are not only performing for the state legislature, we're performing for the people who need us the most, but we're also performing for our community to say, believe and let's do this together. So I love your last slide about let's do great things. Thank you, Marcos, for all that. And thank you for letting me thank a few more people.
Well said. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Barbara Baca, second from me. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signaling affirmative?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes on a 5-0 vote. Congratulations. Looking forward to the next steps here.
Get to work.
Okay. Next up, we have a fund balance detail report from Deputy County Manager Shirley Reagan. And then we will move into our last item from pros. Thanks for hanging with us, to all our pros and planning technical services people for that. We're here to the end.
So that's right. That's right. So good evening again, as we're still here, and Shirley's going to be loading up her her presentation. But what I wanted to just remind the commission is that this was an initiative brought forward by Chair Olivas to take a deeper dive into the reserves of the county. I'm very interested in both hearing and getting Shirley's presentation in front of you, but very, very interested in your thoughts and feedback on how we're handling our reserves. And I do want to say how much I appreciate that each of you took the time to meet with us before this meeting so we could dive in a little more to your questions. So I'm hopeful that the presentation before you addresses those. Thank you.
Ms. Shirley Reagan, go ahead.
All right. I guess everybody had to take a break. But I'm here, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Shirley Reagan, Deputy County Manager for Finance. I'm here to talk about the fund balance, the what, the when, the why. It's one of those items that has a lot of technical stuff to it and sometimes it's hard to get through, but I think we've put together a good presentation, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to allow me and the county manager to come and present to each of you. And Chair Olivas, we've been working through this probably for a year since you came, and on and off on different timeframes. So I appreciate that opportunity. So this slide here just really wants to talk about the timeline. Today, we're going to do the presentation of the FY24 fund balances for all funds. So we keep that in mind. It's FY24, which ended June 30th of 2024. So the County Commission approved an administrative resolution on January the 28th of 2025, requesting a report on the cumulative fund balance detail to be presented initially on March 11th, and that was deferred until this meeting here, the 25th. And then, so today is the presentation. I just kind of want to say we had individual briefings that were held with each commissioner, beginning with Chair Olivas, starting on Thursday, March the 6th. And then I just already said that the agenda was deferred until today. So when you look at fund balance, there's authoritative guidance behind everything. Accounting is dictated by rules, accounting rules, and legal rules that we have to follow to ensure that there's transparency and integrity in the numbers that we produce that people look at to either invest in government, like buy our bonds, or invest in business in general. So the definition of fund balance is the difference between what you owe or your assets and what you own on your assets and what you owe on your liabilities. So a simple way to say that is if you have $5 on this paycheck and you only had expenses of $3, that $2 becomes like your fund balance or your savings. The reason we have this is we want to, again, create more consistency in the reporting so that when people look at our financial statements, which for the county or for government, it's called the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or the ACFR. It's also assists in understanding the different levels of restrictions on fund balances, create that consistency, and then provide clarity as you're making decisions. This slide here talks about the 5 categories of fund balance as defined by the Governmental Accounting Standard Board Statement Number 54. There's a non-spendable portion, and these amounts are not spendable because they're of the form, such like inventories, and I'll get into those a little bit later. There are restricted amounts that are constrained by specific purposes. There's committed items that can only be used for the specified purposes determined by a formal action of a commission, like the Behavioral Health GRT ordinance, something like that. And then there is assigned, and these are intended to be used by the government for specific purposes. And then there's the unassigned, which is the residual amount and it's only contained in the general fund. And again, the county can use that to meet emergency needs or any other things that they might identify. What is fund balance? It's an accounting term used to measure financial resources available to an organization. So when you look at fund balance, we talk about reserves, we talk about fund balance. Well, fund balance, again, is that net position of the government, of a governmental fund, which is like your general fund, special revenue funds, whatever the fund may be. The reserve is the portion of that fund balance that you set aside to do different things with from a budgetary standpoint. Like we set aside the 5% for emergencies. The DFA has the required 25% reserve. Again, using layman's terms, this is really like savings, so it's one-time, non-recurring funding. Some drivers of fund balance, what increases it? When your actual revenue that you received exceeds your budgeted revenue, when your actual expenditures are less than your budgeted expenditures, if you're obligating or committing funding for one-time projects that are not yet started, and we have a lot of that when we have the encumbered carryovers or the unencumbered projects. We have the vacancy factor. This is savings from unfilled budgeted positions associated payroll costs. When we budget, we assume 100% fill rate. So anytime you have a vacancy, that creates some savings, which then generates some one-time dollars. Decreases in fund balance are exactly the opposite of all of the things that we talked about on the increase side. So I won't go into those in detail. So the rationale around the reserve, in the general fund balance, we have 2 major reserves that we have. We have the 25% DFA, which is 25% of the current year operating budget. And what that is used for, it's set by the DFA, and it's basically saying that they want to ensure that we haven't overextended ourselves, and if we have, they have a place to pull money to keep us whole. We also established an additional 5% at 1 month. At one point, it was 2 months, which served us well during that time because we had the inmate out of county, which was about $10 million a year. We had a downturn on the economy and our investments kind of went under, and we had to cash those in, and we had to take a loss. So that money we were able to do that without touching operations. We have since reduced that to 5%, so for a total of basically 30%, which is best practices when you look at GFOA. In the non-general funds, which depending on what fund it is, we've set different, what we call net position reserves. And again, within those funds, they're restricted to, for certain purposes, but they could also overexpend if we're not watching how we're budgeting those dollars. So we set a reserve in there, one for contingency, as well as to address any, if there were any overruns or underruns or unexpected expenditures. We have the administrative resolution from the county perspective, AR 2015-44, which the commission at that time voted to support GASB 54 reporting requirements. And then we have an internal procedure called the net position and net reserve that was signed by the county manager and the deputy county manager of finance. And the reason we created that is we found that in some of the non-general funds, the revenue streams had stopped or slowed down, like in the Youth Detention Center Regional Revenue Fund. The revenue that we were pulling in because people were closing, we were getting as much as the expenditures, so we had to rebalance ourselves there. So when you look at all of our funds, general fund and non-general fund, again, we have the restricted balances, which are imposed by like third parties or bond covenants, grant agreements, or enabling legislation such as state statutes or county ordinances. In the general fund, we have also the grant match, which is about $270,000. A lot of times we use our GO bond money for grant match, so we don't have to rely on the general fund to do the grant matches. In our non-general funds, I'll talk about those a little bit later. The details are on slides 26 through 36. And that's the special revenue funds, the debt service fund, and the capital projects fund. This chart here is a look at all of our funds. You can see the general fund is comprised of all the 5 categories, but the special revenue funds are really restricted. And because they're tied to an ordinance or a statute and they have a specific use. So they're really restricted to expenditures in whatever category they were laid out for. So I'll get into this in more detail, but this kind of looks at the whole thing here. This equates to about $660,000 of reserves, fund balance, restricted. Is $679 million. So this is a detail of the slide before. You can see the general fund makes up 59% in total. The special revenue funds, which include the behavioral health GRT, the opioid abatement, healthcare GRT, the assessor's valuation fund, and so on, is about 27 million. Then we have our debt service funds, which are restricted, for our general obligation bonds and our gross receipts tax revenue bonds. That's about 8% of the restricted reserved pieces. And then we have our capital projects, which consist of the capital construction fund, the impact fees, and then open space. That makes up about 6%. So now we'll get into a little more detail on the general fund, and I'm going to cover the general fund first, and then I'll go into the non-general funds. This chart here is a comparison of FY23, where the fund balance was $389 million, and FY24 preliminary, because we're still in the audit, is estimated right now unaudited at $402 million. The assigned fund, I'm going to talk FY24. The assigned fund balance for FY24 is a total of $221.1 million. If that's the blue piece and the gold piece. The blue piece represents $151.2 million, or 38% of that whole pie. And those are items that the commission has approved at one point in a time or another through an agenda item, through a contract or something like that. The assigned piece is what the county manager and the deputy county manager of finance, is about 17%. The commission, through that administrative resolution 15-44 gave authority to the county manager and the deputy county manager of finance to assign fund balance for projects that might have a shortfall or other emergencies or items that might need to be funded in operations that can't be funded or don't have enough funding in GO bonds or gross receipts tax revenue bonds, or in any of the other special revenue funds. This table here, again, it's just the dollars. It has a description, so it's just another look at what we had saw before. This is something that the data is pulled from our ACFR. The FY23 data was pulled from page 80. FY24 is unaudited, so we don't have the final ACFR yet, so I couldn't reference a page number, but it'll be somewhere around 80, page 80 or so. So when you look at non-spendable in the FY24, it's in the general fund, it is the inventories, and it's about 589,000. So for the fleet and facilities, we have the fuel, the auto parts, janitorial supplies, heavy equipment parts. For fire, it's the medical supplies. So again, they're not spendable in form. You can't go and take a can of oil and go buy a loaf of bread or anything like that. It's not cash, so that's why it's called non-spendable. The restricted, again, I talked about this a little bit earlier. We have the grant match piece, and then we have the DFA reserve, which is 146 million, and that's 25% or 3 months of the upcoming fiscal year's operating budget. Committed fund balance are items that are bound by or dictated by resolution or ordinances. And right now, we carry them as sub-funds of the general funds. And what we have in there is 4.2 million of payments in lieu of taxes. And these are comprised of the economic development industrial bond, the revenue that we get from those bonds, plus the expenses that Marcos and his group may incur. Any net difference there goes up into the fund balance. We also have multifamily housing bonds that fall in that category as well. And those are managed by economic development and accounting. Then there's the 201,000 from the Community Services Donation Fund, dates back to an old IRB that is about running out, and it had some allocated dollars going there. So that's why that money is kind of going down. I think when I started, it was like at 400,000. So it's been going down a little bit each year. So when you look at the assigned fund balance in the general fund, like I had said earlier, it's 221 million. But if you look at that, they're under what we call and what's identified in the ACFR as unencumbered carryovers make up $90.6 million. And that's really funding for projects that are in process. So we might have a software project, and software projects take 18, 24 months to install, sometimes up to 3 years, just depending on what they are. Any unused funds, because the invoices haven't come in or we haven't gotten to that phase in the project, would reside there. The items in the purple are the encumbered carryovers. That's $60 million. And what that is funding from the current year that the invoices haven't come in, but there is a PO. So usually in September, we come back to the commission with what we call a budget true-up agenda item, and you carry all of that revenue forward into the next fiscal year to match up with the expenditures that will be coming in that year. Again, here's the two pieces, and it makes up 68% of the assigned fund balance. And in September, we carried over these FY24 carryovers into FY25 in September of 2024, and that's again part of the accounting process and what the DFA requires us to do as well. We also have set aside a pension reserve, $6.5 million. Why they're important is because the unfunded liability in relation to the overall county's credit rating. Also, there might be unforeseen increases in contributions or self-funded mandates imposed by legislation. We've had a few of those from the state. Last year, last couple years, they had an incremental increase in the para expense of 0.5%. And they didn't give us any funding for that, so we had to absorb that as a county, as well as our employees had to absorb their portion. We participate in 2 state-sponsored multi-employer cost-sharing pension plans. One is PARA, the Public Employees Retirement Association, and then the second one is New Mexico Retiree Healthcare Authority. And so we just felt it was important to start putting some money aside to safeguard on and help us out whenever we might run into some issues with funding or the increases that might come about from the state. Because the state is in charge of administers the program, those 2 programs for all of the municipalities and counties. So when you talk about assigned fund balance, this is a portion that the county manager and the deputy county manager of finance, we say, as we're talking with the departments and different folks, we might set aside some money, but understand that we do not cannot appropriate the funds. Only the Board of County Commissioners can do that. But this is just a look to say we have in emergency reserve $10.6 million. The road fund is a DFA required. It's 1/12 of the reserve for emergencies, and it's a sub-fund of the general fund. The revenue sources are the motor vehicle tax fees, taxes, and franchise, and it's used for road maintenance. So we work real closely with Elias and Antonio to administer those funds. The sheriff was working with facilities on establishing a shooting range for their training, so there's 1.1 million in there. That project is gonna go to bid on June 6th, and with a scheduled estimated completion date of February 2026. So this doesn't fund it all, it would be a partial funding. We also, the items here in red, I want to point out, are items that we've already dispersed subsequent to June 30th, 2024. So we had 2.5 million for the Carnuel Water and Wastewater Project. That money was appropriated in August of 2024, so after. So at this time, it was sitting in fund balance, but it is no longer in fund balance. It's actually in the project. The pallet homes, we had 600,000 in the fund balance, and we had 200 in general fund. So we gave them a total of 800,000 to the city of Albuquerque. But again, that didn't go through until November of 2024 in working out the agreement with the city. And the actual IGA was signed on December 27th. We also have a category called capital reserves. So a big portion of this, and again, this one is gone now, but at the time of June 30th was when they were working on Fire Station 36, between the fire funds, the GO bonds, capital outlay, federal dollars, they were short $10.9 million to get that fire station off the ground. So in January of this year, the FR was done, you all approved the appropriation of this $10.9 million out of fund balance into the project, so Fire Station 36 can be completely built. And then we have some money set aside for the Youth Service Center. As you know, there's a lot of things going on there, so we have some money set aside to try to address those issues with that one-time funding. We have some 4.5 million for Metropolitan Detention Center. Some items that they've identified are new security doors, body cameras, jail expansion, design, but other items may be prioritized. But as those are, and if any of this money is moving out of fund balance, we would come back to the commission to approve an appropriation with a plan and a contract and all of that. The BCSO Northeast Substation, It's 1.4 million sitting in there, and that was, the intent was to renovate and add on to the existing Sabrava facility. And they're currently seeking a fee, a proposal from an on-call architect to keep the cost down on that. As you know, last year, we bought a facility for the clerk, to move the voting warehouse. Well, of course, with that comes renovation, so right now, we're working on, there's $2.1 million for renovations. It's not all of it, but we're starting, but they're developing the scope, working with the new clerk, Michelle, here to, and her team to get that laid out, and facilities guys. Capital reserves continue. We have $3 million sitting aside for the public safety training facility. You know, that was put in, it went into service last year. We had the ribbon cutting ceremony. But when we did our original quotes on furniture and technology, they were over 3 years old. So, we set some money aside knowing that we might have some increased costs until we get that facility totally going. As you know, we have to provide services and facilities to the district attorney. So we have $1.7 million for renovation of our, which used to be the old annex on 6th and Lomas. The county entered into an MOU on June 26th of 2024 to work with the DA. Los Vecinos Community Center renovation, this is just part of the money. There was also $4.5 million of ARPA funds, but this $1 million was appropriated in August, and I think they are starting to move forward with those renovations. The last item here is we also have an obligation to maintain Mesa del Sol and the amphitheater, so we need to do a parking lot, and so working with procurement, the real estate team, pros team, John identified that it would, if we could do an additional 1,000 parking spaces based on compacted base course with paved aisles, it'll be about $2.5 million. So they're working on the plan on that, and that'll be coming through. Okay, technology, this is one of those things that we cannot issue GO bonds for, or gross receipts tax revenue bonds. So we have to rely on fund balance or savings or capital outlay, things like that. So I won't go over these in detail, but these are some of the things that we have set money aside for to get there. Our systems are old, and as you know, as we're going into technology as a foundation for everything that we have. So it's critical that we keep our systems updated, so that also reduces cyber security attacks. And this is the unassigned fund balance, which is the 5%. And again, it's there for emergencies or unforeseen situations. We would come to you all to appropriate any of that, or if you decided to appropriate any of that to use for something. But that is what that is there for. And it's based on 5% of the next fiscal year's general fund operating budget. I'm going to speed up here. So let me back up one. So what we're going to go into now is the restricted non-general funds discussion. We're going to go capital, construction, debt service, and then special revenue. So when you look at capital, the capital projects fund, it's broken up into the construction fund, which has all of your GO bond projects and any grant-funded projects. We have impact fees, and we have an ordinance that we collect fees from developers. And then we have the open space, which has a mill levy that's attached to property taxes. It's a 15-year mill levy. It'll expire in tax year 2023. Wait, not 23, 2030. And so we'll be working, Danette and her team will be working on getting that started with all of the community outreach, if the commission should desire to extend that another 15 years. Our debt service funds, again, we have two pieces of that, we have the GO, which is a general obligation, and our gross receipts tax revenue bonds. On our series 1996B, 1998B, 2005, and 2010B, we had to, because of our credit rating and the market conditions at that time, we were required to set aside additional reserves on top of that. And that is sitting in the debt service fund. So you'll see here, this looks kind of messy, but that's what some of those smaller pieces are. The biggest part there, the general obligation bond, that's the bond payments, bond and interest payments, principal and interest payments for the outstanding series that we have going back to 2013 up through 2024. So next are our special revenue funds. We've talked about state statute and county ordinances. Most of our special revenue funds are by county ordinance. So at this point, I'm going to give you the high level, but then I'm going to call up Amber Salazar and Fran, and I'll stand up here with them to talk more specifically about the behavioral health gross receipts tax fund balance of $89 million, because that is the largest portion of this. But you can see that we have the assessor's valuation fund, the healthcare GRT, the environmental services GRT, the opioid abatement fund, and then under the other, that 19 million, it's made up of those small items that we have there. And those are usually capital grants from the state that are given to the county, like the sheriff, MDC, YSC, indigent, the clerk's filing fees, for specific purposes, but they're small enough we don't have to separate them out when we do our reporting. So with that, unless you have any questions for me, or you want to wait until after we do the behavioral health?
Let's go ahead and pause for a couple of questions here on this section. And I want to just jump in real quick because I was the original sponsor of the resolution that started this. I take no credit for the great work that your team did to execute on that. So really just want to say kudos to you and your team. I'm not surprised, but I'm happy with the outcome here, and very transparent and very helpful for us as we think about budget and just as we generally think about the strategic goals and priorities of the county. So I think this is extremely helpful, very informative. And I guess I just want to say that my overall feeling here is that going forward on the general fund in particular, I really think that we need to have a conversation as a commission with the staff as well, but about just the overall number of reserves that we sort of have. And the way that I would liken it is, at the state, they have a 30% reserve target, right, for the state general fund. And that makes a lot of sense to me because the state revenue is very volatile, oil and gas, right? And what I've heard, if it changes by $1, I think it's a $50 million hit to the state budget for a year. So, extremely volatile swings. And that's why we see, lots of money and then big crashes. And so having that 30% cushion makes a lot of sense. The state also has some GRT, some property tax, but those are lower amounts. And they also have a lot of personal income tax, which is also very volatile, right? Because incomes fluctuate with economic cycles. People get laid off, suddenly their incomes decline. The county, I think, is actually in a uniquely stable position because our main revenue sources are GRT and property tax. Property tax is probably the most stable because property values tend to not go down and generally increase. In some cases, like in the last couple of years, have increased substantially. And GRT fluctuates probably a little more with recessions and stuff like that. But I think the 25% state target is, well, it's required of us. We don't have any choice in that, really. But I think I'm just saying, I think that's sufficient. I think that is set at 25% for a reason. And that exists for the purpose of if there is an extreme fluctuation in the market and things really go crazy, we have 25% of our budget in reserve. And they, with reasoning and rationale to tap that is allowable. So I do think that we need to really consider all of those extra kind of the 5% for the pension and the 20%, is it 20% for the other sort of reserve, the net operating reserve that holds, 5% for the operating reserve that holds another 30 million. I just think we really need to think about those, given the counties, we are a large, stable, urban county, a very unique situation. And when you look at a lot of municipal governments and things like that of similar size, just on very cursory research, they're at like a 10 to 20% cash position, cash reserve position. And, we are way over that. And I think as a business person, and Commissioner Benson may or may not agree with me, your least valuable asset is usually cash, because it loses value every minute because we have inflation. When cash is not, and we do invest it in, investments, but, when it's not invested in assets, and I would consider for us assets, things like our roads, our community centers, our staff, right? Things that are generating towards the county's mission, we are missing the mark a little bit on that. So anyway, I'm going to leave it at that for now, but I do think that we need to really think about that, and I'm probably going to work with you, Deputy County Manager Reagan and County Manager on taking a look at how we can redesign those levels to really reconsider where we're at right now and where we might want to go. So, Commissioner Benson, I think you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I do agree that cash is your least valuable asset, but it's the only asset that you can pay bills with. That's the problem with cash. It's needed. Deputy County Manager, can you go to slide 13?
Oops.
Okay, so this is a year-over-year difference in balances. And I don't know, I didn't ask you this beforehand, so if your answer is I don't know, that's fine. Do you have any idea what the turnover rate is for, if you just look at that bottom assigned BCC approved? In 23, it was 120 million, and then 24 is 151 million. Do you know what the rate of turnover is for that?
On an average, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, on an average year, it seems that we carry about 40 to 50 million in purchase orders that carry over each year.
Yeah.
And depending on the timing of things, that will dictate how quickly or how slowly those turn over.
Okay. So that's what I was curious about. So that's interesting, because a balance sheet, we have to understand the balance sheet, which I applaud Commissioner Olivas for having this and your team for laying this out. But a balance sheet doesn't show cash flow. It just shows a snapshot in time.
Correct.
And so if all you're looking at is the snapshot, we went from carrying 120 million, and then that just grew up to 150 million. But it didn't just grow. It's not like we just added $30 million to that unused balance. We actually spent down 80 million of it, rolled, and then 40 million of that rolled over, and then new money was added up into those reserves. So I think that's important, is the cash flow aspect of it, which that's why you've got to be looking at a balance sheet with an income statement and then a cash flow statement to try to reconcile the two. And so as we look at these balances, I think it would help for us to understand how much is being turned over, that it's not just static dollars sitting there and, well, the county is not doing anything. They had 120 million in assigned money in 23, and now look at it, it's 151 million. They're not doing anything. They're just saving up more and more money. But that's not accurate. If you consider, no, we actually spent the vast majority of that fund on the assigned expenses. We just accrued more assigned expenses the following year with a growing budget. So, just an observation, and I was curious. And those numbers probably change per category, 50% to 90% turnover, whatever it is. But I think it's important for us to understand that that's not just static cash sitting there, that it's constantly flowing. Thank you.
And you're
Thank you.
correct there. I think if we were to look at all of our financials, the balance sheet, the income statement, the cash flow statement, all of those together, you could kind of set that trend. And to your point, Commissioner, in investments, we segregate out those things that, like the fund balance of 25%. It's not sitting in cash. It's in more detailed investments that are earning interest from a 3 to 5 year time frame.
Right.
So we really try to maximize. They do cash match. And you sit on the investment committee. So we're constantly trying to ensure that we're making the best use of the money. But you are correct in that the way things get carried over is when you're budgeting or you're given revenue, it's for a specific year. So an accounting rule is you match your revenues to your expenses. So if I have all this revenue because I haven't received all my bills, if I don't, those bills, that still goes over. If I don't move this revenue over to pay those bills, then I'm gonna eat up the next year's revenue, which then is gonna be short. So that's why we move the revenue over to have that match.
Right.
So, yeah.
I
So-
think if the general public sees just a balance sheet and all they looked at was year 24.
Right.
Or if they were fortunate enough to see both years, they might come to the assumption that we're not doing anything. We're just growing our savings account. And yes, to your point, yeah, absolutely, we get those dollars working for us. I was more commenting on, those dollars are best used on county projects. That's our goal. But if we've got to have reserves, we are making that money work for us. And with the current rates, they're doing really well. But my point was more that once that money's spent, if there's an unfunded mandate from the legislature, roads won't pay for that increase. It has to be dollars, which is the double-sided, double-edged sword of cash, is that, yeah, it's not good to be just sitting there not being used, but at the same time, it's the only thing you can use when you have unexpected expenses that come up. Thank you.
Any other commissioners wanting to stop here, or we can keep going?
I think we could keep
Okay. Let's go to behavioral health.
So,
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Amber Salazar. I am the Interim Senior Manager for the Behavioral Health Initiative. So this chart here is an overview, and this is a good chart for all of you because we all know that the gross receipts tax is hard to understand and it's also hard to explain. So this pie chart here has 6 categories that total the $89.1 million for the fund balance for fiscal year '24. A large portion of that, 36%, goes to the capital and startup projects funded at $31.6 million. Recurring projects funded at $16.3 million, and then $23 million for upcoming projects. And then at the top, you have $6.5 million for uncommitted funds, $6.4 for the net reserve for emergencies, and then 5.1 is the New Mexico Tax and Revenue Gross Receipts Tax Administrative Fee. This slide is the capital and startup projects at $31.6 million. You will see on the pie chart that half have fully been completed and expended at $15.4 million. The City of Albuquerque Gateway expansion at $3 million. UNM Hospital Crisis Triage Services at $8.6 million. Small provider capital and startup at $1.1 million. New Mexico Veterans Integration Transitional Living Center at $2.5 million. And then just under $1 million for under $1 million funded projects, which goes to the table to the right. As you can see, there are 5 projects listed there. I'm happy to report that only one of them will carry forward, and that is the Forensic Assertive Community Treatment Program, which is a joint collaboration with the city, and we are currently in RFP status. So once we find a vendor, that $300,000 will be used for startup services. This slide is the upcoming projects. Again, this is the fund balance for fiscal year '24. 13 million for the Care Campus multifamily housing, 7.5 million for the multifamily housing facility, also known as 6 and Cole. And what is in green are the completed projects totaling 2.4 million, which includes the Care Campus Energy Efficiency Project, as well as the Endorphin Power Company Recovery Support Center. This slide is the one-time investments for ongoing services, also known as the recurring services. 2.1 million for prevention, 6 million for community supports, 4.4 million for supportive housing, 2.1 for administrative BHI, and then 1.6 million for crisis services. Everything listed on the table to the right details all our expenses for all of those 5 areas.
Can I ask a question on that last slide real quick here while we're there? I just don't really understand what this means. One time for ongoing?
So it is our recurring funded projects that we fund every single year. I think there was a change in the title here. Yeah. So it is recurring funded projects.
So they were using one-time monies, so they would award or contract to these different entities to do certain things. And so that's why we're calling it ongoing services that those entities provide, but we give them a one-time infusion each year using the fund balance.
Okay. Thank you.
And that was done early on to help work on spending down some of the fund balance because the recurring dollars were going to be allocated to other things. So to award those contracts, they were using that money.
Thank you. Oh, okay, we got questions. So, Vice Chair, and then we'll go to Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Just quickly on this same slide, and I think I've asked this before, maybe it doesn't make a big difference, but when I look at this list, I see some things that we run as the county that belong to us, and some things that we're funding for other nonprofits or private folks to do. I guess for me, that distinction is important because whether something's in-house, like we know the Tiny Home Village, for example, we run it, we're we no longer have a third party working in there, right? That's everything that happens with the Tiny Home Village is our work. And so is that to say that this 466,000 is, maybe this is for a separate conversation.
No, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Barboa. So the $466,000 for Tiny Home Village was for the contract case management services with UNMOCH, which was for fiscal year 2025. But the actual administrative costs associated with Tiny Home Village falls under the administrative BHI for the 2.1 million.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Just a clarification, thank you, Mr. Chair. The clarification from the chair's comment, so this 16.3 million is recurring? I mean, it's every year, we're continuing to fund these every year, just, the reason you say one time, it's because of the source?
It's not recurring for us, it's recurring items for those entities. So they do those services each year, and we give them a contract each year using our one-time dollars to help fund those items.
It's easier if we retitle it as recurring.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say, even in through the chair, even in our briefing, this got confusing for all of us. And so, yes, we will retitle it. Thank you.
It's recurring, 16.3 million.
Correct.
recurring. Okay, thank you.
So I would just flag that with some concern because that's like close to half of the recurring behavioral health GRT that we receive every year. And if we are outlining this as one time, but I will highlight, for example, and because we spoke at length about the need for permanent supportive housing, we have 1.3 million in here for Hope Village, which is a permanent supportive housing project. If we were to not fund that next year, we would likely be releasing 40, I think it's about 40 people that need to be in 24-hour supportive housing onto the streets. That would be really not good management. So I'm just concerned about this, not from a fund balance perspective, but just from a budgeting perspective. And I asked some of these questions in my budget questions that I sent you. And I think some of these overlapped, like I asked some questions on some of these contracts. And I'm a little bit concerned if we're funding that out of one-time money for a $16 million per year that we're gonna need every year. I mean, it might outlast me, but I don't know how long it's gonna last.
May I just, through the chair, could you perhaps just give an example of, maybe use one of them as an example of how to explain that chart a little bit?
So we'll start at the top with the adverse childhood experiences. There is a $3 million recurring budget annually for services. So at the end of fiscal year '24, 466 reverted to fund balance for unused funds out of our 8 contracts that we had with those service providers.
So these are reversions.
Yes,
These are not.
so
Oh,
it goes to
all
the
right.
one time.
Totally.
It's like your carryovers.
This is unspent money that rolled back in
the
from
fund
these
balance,
contracts.
And then they have to spend it down. Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission, these are balances as of June 30th of 2024. So for example, we operated the mobile crisis teams and the law enforcement assisted diversion program. And as you see, there's balances of 515,000 and 89,000. That's because we had vacancy savings. So that's the balance of a $1 million allocation. So I hope that helps.
Okay, but these are programmed in the recurring budget as well, so all right, I get it. You helped a
I'm
lot.
sorry. Remember generically, I said the way you build fund balance is if your expenditures are less, but just like in the general fund, they're called carryovers. In the special revenue funds, they keep it as restricted. So from an accounting perspective, but it's really rolls into fund balance, and we have to spend from there to cover those invoices because those costs really belong to 2024. So the 3 million that they have for 2025, they're spending that, but any of these prior year costs that come in, the invoices, they'll pay from this piece or have already paid from this piece by now.
And to your point, Madam Vice Chair, not all of these are contracts. So for example, we operated the CARES campus operated the mobile crisis teams and law enforcement assisted diversion. So that is a service that takes place on the campus, and many of the others are contracts in the community.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Benson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really helpful information. So for further clarification, these are balance sheet items, right?
I'm sorry?
Are these balance sheet items? I'm sorry, assets? Or are they liabilities?
No, they're really services or contracts or cash. It's an expenditure of some sort. So when we budget it, let's just say
So we're off of the balance sheet now and looking at
this is fund balance.
the income statement? So it is fund balance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So these are assets, they're not liabilities that we owe, it's money that came
Yes,
back to us?
yes.
Okay.
From that perspective,
And
yes.
when I first saw this, I thought it was an expense list, like an income statement, but it's not. It's really just a list of assets broken out by the category that it belongs to.
Right.
So it's unspent dollars, but it will be going back to, that 937 will be spent on ACEs, adverse childhood expenses. No?
No, it'll go back to the fund balance. So at the closeout of fiscal year 25 for this year, what is listed in green, the uncommitted funds, that whatever's reverted, that category will increase.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. So there are assets on the balance sheet from, and identified from the category it came from, unused expense or unspent expenses, sitting there in our bank accounts. And so you've identified where the source, or where the source the funds came from. But then it will be transferred into the uncommitted funds. Okay, thank you. Clear as mud. Thank you.
Okay, now, I'm sorry, this question just
So
keeps.
you're right, in terms
More in the worms.
of not just having a dollar amount, we're trying to say this is where the money came from, why it's sitting in fund balance, unspent.
Was this within 1 year period?
Yeah,
Yes,
this
this
is
is
at the
fiscal
end
year
of FY
24.
'24.
But does it just apply to that fiscal year, or is this like a cumulative thing?
It's cumulative.
Yeah,
Several of the capital and startup projects, one that was listed here was part of the 2020 capital startup RFP, and we carried 1.4 million into fiscal year 25, which is fully expended now. So the carryover, the majority of the projects, 15.4 million, have been expended and completed this fiscal year.
I can provide a good example of that one. That's a great one. So if you look at UNM, the green, the UNM Crisis Services, at the end of June 30th, 2024, there was 8.6 remaining on that purchase order that lasted over about 4 years. That was out of the 20 million and 10 million, so a total of 30 million. As of right now, that's gone down to 2 million. So within an 8-month period, it's gone down to 2 million. At that time, the balance was 8.6 million.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Benson.
Again, clear as mud, right?
Yeah, I think this goes back to kind of what we were looking at on that slide 13, where it's easy to confuse cash, because money was spent in that category. Money was returned in that category, and that was the balance after we had spent it, but then some of it had returned. And now what are we gonna do with it? And that's how we allocate it. And that's the difficulty of only looking at a balance sheet.
Correct.
Without looking at your income statement or cash flow.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I think that pretty much answered where I was going with that, because I was concerned if you were saying that we were reverting $16 million a year in contracts and unspent money, that would mean that we were not spending about half of the GRT every year, so we're never gonna spend down the fund balance because we're always gonna be, but I think I understand you're saying that's over 3 years or over a cycle, so I understand.
And that's one thing that, when you have a capital project like the UNMH, it took almost 6-7 years from the time that the money was set aside for it, before they started spending it. And then, like she said, the other 10 we gave was for operations, but again, we do it on a reimbursement basis, so we don't just hand over the county's money. We say, UNM, tell us what you've spent it on, and then they validate that based on the contract, and then send over a check. So it is very difficult. We're trying to show where the money came from, what it originally was obligated, what's left over, and that's why I say, like, the components of fund balance are vacancy savings. It's when your budgeted revenue, your actual revenue is more or less than your budgeted revenue. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that kind of becomes cumulative, but it's a point in time. And from an accounting perspective, it's measured at the end of each fiscal year.
It can look like it's just static. If all you're looking at is one snapshot at the end of the year, December 31st balance sheet, it can look like that money is just sitting there not being used. But really, there was a lot of use going forward and backward, and then it's about to be used again on January 1st. Right.
All right, I'll let you guys finish up.
I think we're done.
All right.
And there was just some, other points. Again, everything was as a point in time. It's like budget. Budget is at a point in time. When I give you a number, we're already moving forward on something else because we're making adjustments or corrections or whatever. So everything is a point in time.
All right, so yeah, my closing remarks here, just briefly, I want to work with DCM Reagan, County Manager, to take a look at that 2015 AR that kind of sets those fund balance targets. I want to really take a thoughtful approach. I want to look at what other peer municipalities are doing. There's probably not a peer in the state of New Mexico. We probably need to look outside of the state because we are the largest county in the state by quite a large degree. So I think we need to look around and really look at what other communities are doing. I also want to talk to you, maybe this is a totally wild idea, but I really think we need to look at the debt picture. And that's why I was kind of asking them questions about how much money are we spending in interest over the life of the $40 million that is our money, plus the $7 million. And, I think for a business, it makes a lot of sense to use debt. Debt can be a great, but as Commissioner Benson will say, dangerous tool, but if you use it wisely, it can be very helpful to a business because it is an asset in a way because you can, write off that interest expense. We don't have that doesn't work that way for a government, right? Debt is just purely an expense. There's no sort of benefit to it. It doesn't offset your income or anything like that. So I think, anyway, I want to have further conversations about all this and thinking about all this in context and looking at peer models and stuff. So I think we have a little project before us, but I would like to continue to work on that now that we have this.
And we do provide a debt report each year, an annual debt report. We just have, because the FY24 ACFR isn't final, but we'll have that, but that can be a part of that discussion because we do bring that back, our debt policy, debt management policy to you all for a review and approval.
Thank you. County Manager, do you want to add anything?
Well, I'm just going to wrap up by saying I want to thank Shirley. This is complicated, and we're using the Gatsby framework and, really an ACFR framework instead of, I think, the point that Commissioner Benson was making about how you would look at this if you were running a business where you'd have working capital and you would know your capital was moving in and out of your business processes. So I just want to thank the staff. And I also just wanted to acknowledge that in particular, the deep dive at your request into the behavioral health money was in part a way to express to all of you that your money actually has been at work. And I recognize there was a long lead time into getting there, but I think you can start to see these investments are meaningful and real and then have impact on the community. And I do really look forward to a follow-up discussion about this, and what it ties to is not just our debt policy, but also our capital improvement policy that I know the chair is taking a look at. But I want you to understand that on the staff side, we are also taking a look at all of these processes so we can do a much better job of drawing down resources in a much more timely way and getting it working for us. So as we're protecting our credit rating and our resources and all that, as the community would expect. So thank you, and thanks for your interest, and even at this late hour, your interest.
Okay, thank you, County Manager. All right, last but absolutely not least, we want to recognize three groups of the county that have been working really closely together on the Mountain View area and all these different issues. I think they're going to present separately, but their efforts have been intertwined. So
yes, and I know
Director Nick Ham, or County Manager, if you want.
Yes, if you don't mind, Danette and Ilias are going to give some high-level remarks. And I really appreciate everybody's patience. We are so excited about this next presentation. And I wanted to thank, in particular, Commissioner Frank Baca for taking such a deep interest in how all of these different parts are moving together. And I wanted to acknowledge both Chair Olivas for really, frankly, getting the ball rolling on a couple of what you're going to be hearing tonight. So they are distinct, but because they all impact one community, you're going to hear this presentation connected but together. And also just to say that one body of work we're going to be moving into the organization is where we have multiple activities happening in a specific district, aligning them and then presenting them in a way that both the public, because this must be confusing to get 3 different notices for 3 different meetings, but also for all of you in terms of how you follow our progress and give us direction on how we should proceed. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Danette and Elias.
Nice to see you all again. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I'm Danette Townsend. I'm the Deputy County Manager for Community Services, and both Parks, Recreation, and Open Space and the Planning and Development Services departments sit within the Community Services Division. And I'm here with colleague.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Elias Archuleta, Deputy County Manager for Public Works, and Natural Resources, which sits within Technical Services, sits under the Public Works Division.
So it is our honor to be here tonight to present updates on 3 really important initiatives: the Mountain View Sector Plan Development, the development of the park in the Mountain View community, and the Mountain View Community Environmental Assessment. These projects exemplify the power of collaboration, bringing together multiple divisions and departments within Bernalillo County to create a shared vision with the Mountain View community.
By working across planning, parks and recreation, natural resources, and other key areas, we ensure that these efforts are comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable. Tonight, we look forward to sharing how this coordinated approach is driving positive change hand in hand with the residents of the Mountain View community.
With that, we will turn it over to Director Nick Ham to talk about the sector planning.
Commissioners, good evening. Hello again. Nick Ham, still the Director of Planning and Development Services. I have the honor of presenting to you all the 12-month update of the Mountain View Sector Development Plan project. As you all recall, a year ago, this board adopted a resolution encouraging the adoption of a sector plan for the Mountain View community. And tonight, I am happy to report the progress that we've made. So what problem are we trying to solve? The Mountain View community has expressed for some time the desire to have a long-range planning document that addresses the unique needs of their community. The residents there, they want to live in a healthy community that preserves the character of that area. It's both rural and semi-rural in some areas. The residents desire more amenities. They would like more housing options, more services, more community facilities. And the businesses that operate there want to continue to be able to exist. And a land use plan can serve to guide the long-term future development to provide high-quality public and private investments. A little bit of background about Mountain View, a unique area with certainty. Heavy industry has existed side by side with residences in Mountain View for almost 100 years. The purpose of the planning effort would be to address these unique development patterns and to continue to build on recent efforts made by both the county and through its initiatives and the private side through their investments in this community. The land use component hopes to provide other options that can help the Mountain View community realize any untapped potential and to evolve into the next phase of its development cycle. We're working with a few key stakeholders, namely the residents and their representation through the Mountain View Neighborhood Association, activists that have been involved in this community for a long time, represented by the Mountain View Community Action. Business owners, they have their own group. It's called the Mountain View Commercial Property Owners Association, and then individual residents and employees at local businesses and community institutions. And I want to just take a moment here to recognize our steering committee. Alfred Volden, he's a resident and a representative of the Schwartzman family that has significant holdings in this area. We have 2 members of the Mountain View Community Action organization. We have 2 members of the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. We have representation from Yes Housing, APS Community Schools, the Valle de Oro Wildlife Refuge, the Los Jardines Institute. Really, what I would say is a very well-balanced steering committee that represents the various stakeholders in this community, folks that have lived and worked in this community for decades even. It's an impressive group, and they are engaged in open and very honest dialogue, sometimes very lively, but they are doing the important, quiet work of trying to find ways to better the community that they really care about. So the framework that we're trying to build upon, the county has a few initiatives that have been adopted in this area. The first is the Sunport Station Transit-Oriented Development Plan that was adopted in 2009. The second is the Sunport Commerce Design Overlay Zone that was adopted in 2019. They both were adopted with the intention of providing for quality growth in the Mountain View area and to guide new development and redevelopment. We've had some success. Those are both recently gaining traction. We have developments that have come through under these new regulations, U.S. Foods, Admiral Beverage, LKQ's headquarters, to name just a few, and others that are in the pipeline. We're hoping to extend more of these zoning options to this community to provide opportunities to continue to build on the momentum that the county has in this area. And we're hoping that the sector plan can also help guide capital improvement projects and to best meet the needs of the community in this area. So the type of approach we're taking, as DCMs Townsend and Archuleta mentioned, collaboration is key here. And so we are working across departments, breaking outside of the silos that we might sometimes otherwise operate in, to try and find county-wide solutions to the needs of this community. Just to give a quick example, at all of the major public open houses, to just describe those, we've had representation from the planning department, from public works, from economic development, from housing, from parks and rec and open space. They've all had tables, they've all engaged in dialogue with the community themselves, taking a very deliberate approach to make sure that we're not looking at this from one specific perspective, but to take a really holistic look at this community and how we can serve their needs. As I mentioned, we have a really quality steering committee, and over the course of the coming year, the sector development plan team, and just take a moment here to introduce some folks. Our consultant is Site Southwest. I'm joined tonight by Allison Long and Phyllis Taylor. Carrie Barkers is a lead planner for my department, and missing tonight, but always with us on this project is Elvira Lopez, the planning manager, who you all know very well. We're gonna have 3 large format community meetings, 8 steering committee meetings. Each of these community meetings will have a report back to the community so they can understand, so that we can reflect the needs that they've shown to us and to make sure that we're on the right track. Outside of meetings, we're also asking for engagement on a project website. We're providing online input options, in-person meetings that we've described, community and stakeholder groups, physical mail-outs to every single resident in Mountain View. And I have to take a moment to thank Commissioner Frank Baca for allowing us to use some of his district funds to be able to accomplish that. That proved to be very popular, and we hope to be able to build upon that type of engagement strategy as we move forward here. Okay, so to bring things home a little bit, we're about halfway through our steering committee project. We have convened one of our 3 major public open houses, really well attended. We had about 50 plus attendees. We have distributed information at 2 of 3 community events, and that's not to say that we missed one, it's to say that one is upcoming. So at opportunities, for instance, South Valley Pride Day, the Mountain View Community Conversation Meeting, and I'm forgetting the third one, Night Out. Family Unity Night, thank you, Allison, where we had representation from the project team to be able to connect with folks on a different level than just a planning or a zoning discussion. We've got the the map-based commenting tool. We have a draft existing conditions report, and since the publication of these slides, we've actually had additional chapters that we're reviewing with our project team. We're making progress. Next steps, our second major public open meeting will occur on April 8th. We invite some of you to attend, so those we don't create a quorum. And then our third community meeting, we're shooting for midsummer. And then we hope to have a draft of the plan for public review late summer with the intention of entering the county's formal public hearing process for consideration of a land use document. And we are still aiming to have this at your feet for decision in March to coincide with the deadline that was offered in the resolution that encouraged this project to occur. I'm going to close here with a big thank you to the board for providing the resources and the motivation to take on a project of this scale, to Commissioner Frank Baca for his active engagement in this process. I don't think he's missed a single meeting related to this project, so I'm very appreciative of that. And also just to mention again, his allowing us to use some of his office's resources to connect with that community. It's very much appreciated. The steering committee members, for their time, their involvement, their passion, and their vulnerability in engaging these conversations that are sometimes tense. The community organizations that have been very involved, we couldn't do that without them. To the Mountain View residents and business owners, this all is really hopefully to help them realize the potential of the community that they live and work in. So we're very thankful for them. APS Community Schools has been incredibly generous, not only with some of their staff that's participated, but with the use of their facility. Mountain View Elementary has proved to be the most popular place for us to gather to discuss these types of things with the community. So we're incredibly thankful for them for helping us. And my colleagues at the county, there's too many to name tonight, but it extends across many divisions in the county. And by extending across the divisions that we work in, I truly believe we're going to be able to come up with a better product. So Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time tonight, and I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Frank Baca or Commissioner Barbara Baca, you can go first.
I think I want to reserve my comments to after the other two presentations.
Okay. Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Mr. Chair, I believe in planning. I think this is just a great thing that you all are here and you stayed this late. I think this is my latest county commission meeting that I've been to, so. But thank you for your, stick-to-itness. But this is really, really important. And we heard it when we were just touching the tip of this iceberg when we were talking about air quality. And we needed to figure out land use. And you can't, and the park elevated to the top of the list for the neighborhood. If you just give us a park, we'll be happy. So I'm just thrilled. And I thank you all for being here. And this combined effort is brilliant. Thanks.
Anyone else? Commissioner?
I just want to quickly
Barbosa.
thank you. I think I love seeing this next steps. I love being able to think of transparency. And I love that you actually reached out, because oftentimes we hold a community meeting and the 4 people that are really involved in their neighborhood show up and we call that a public meeting, but that you actually did a true stakeholder engagement. So I just want to thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, Director Hamm.
Commissioners, thank you.
Next up, let's see here. We've got our pros team.
Control L, okay. There we go. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Barney. I'm the planning manager for Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and I have a number of my colleagues here. Grateful to be here at the end of the meeting. But before we get started, I just need to remind you that you have a hard copy of the slides that I will be presenting this evening. Although those slides were uploaded into the system by the deadline, they do not align correctly in your packet. So we will be providing Julie with the correct slides to include in the after action report of this meeting. So thank you. So I'm here to provide an update on the park project, the Mountain View Neighborhood Park. This effort comes from the Administrative Resolution 2024-34 that was sponsored by Chair Olivas and supported by the complete board. So we're very excited about this project, and also just wanted, before I really get into the thick of the presentation, I wanted to thank Commissioner Frank Baca for his commitment to a deep and meaningful community process and conversation, and to the story of Mountain View. The story, which is described in many of the recitals for this particular resolution, talks about environmental injustice and the history of that in this particular landscape and the impacts to the community. And I would say, posit that this resolution, plus the actions that we are taking, is a, how shall I call it, a response to that is, looking to create I just had a brain, restorative justice effort, in terms of both the dialogue that's happening and in terms of the level of engagement that we're having as part of this process and as part of the other two processes that are committed by the various resolutions. And also, I think in terms of the actions that we are taking. So grateful to be part of that process, having been in the community a number of years and having worked in Mountain View in at least 3 other occasions in my career. So the process to date has been, as has been described, has been a very intense community process, deep engagement. And the point of that process was really to identify the program for the park, which you can see, actually one of the boards that we used is one of the pictures in this particular slide, as a way to kind of get the community to look at what features they wanted in the park. The other things that we've been working on is actually identifying the potential location, again, with input from the community. That's kind of where we're at this point. We're also been looking at how we, basically with our colleagues in Public Works and planning, how do we create a potential synergy between this project and those projects as well. What are the opportunities for the green space and trail network, if you will, that's part of the sector development plan, and also how do we combine, or are there ways to combine, the connections to this future facility, with some of the drainage projects that are going on, as well as the trails projects. And I think one of the other things that has come up through our process that we've been thinking about and will be involving the community going forward is this idea of the way of restorative justice and interpretive trail with signage to tell the Mountain View environmental justice story in this time. And of course, we continue to look at different funding opportunities because, as you will see, the particular features that the community is most interested in exceed the $1 million budget that has already been prescribed for this project. So in terms of engaging the community, we've had 7 community engagement efforts, including 4 community meetings. We had 3 opportunities also to just engage directly with young families, including 2 at the school, at the elementary school, and 1 at the community center. And the students and faculty at the elementary school took this on as a project, which was actually kind of an amazing process for us to witness and to incorporate into our process. And I have to say, in my entire time as a planner and landscape architect, this is the most engagement of kids and young families that I've ever experienced in a project. So the outcome of a lot of the input has been to determine what are the features that we're looking at for this park. Not surprising, soccer field and multi-sport court were 2 of the top picks, and we engaged about 385 individuals participated so far in the various survey instruments and input instruments that we've had. There's also, of course, a zip line, which showed up in every single one of the models and plans that the kids produced. There's some features we know we have to include in this particular project, including parking, fencing, and a trail that will actually become that restorative justice trail, interpretive trail. So in total, we need about 4.5 acres for this particular state-of-the-art neighborhood park that we're contemplating with the community. And the cost of all the top features at this point is sort of broadly estimated at $2.3 million, including design. And that does not include acquisition. And speaking of acquisition, the next slide really speaks to the process that we've gone through to kind of understand what the community's preferences are for the location. So we started with 8 locations. We narrowed it to 4 after the third community conversation. And then we've now since narrowed it to 2. And those are the Mountain View Elementary School area, which was very popular, and which is actually the most popular currently. And then also the location that is immediately north of the water treatment plant. It's actually owned by the Albuquerque, Bernalillo County Water Utility. And so we'll be, basically as part of our next steps, we'll be looking at we're going to be, I would say, taking a deep dive into those 2 areas with our real estate group and with our planning colleagues to kind of really look at what's possible, what land is available, what land is vacant, these kinds of things, but also looking at what the process would be for a particular parcel in either one of those areas and what the timeline and what the costs would be in addition to, obviously, the acquisition costs. So what's next beyond that? Yeah, I mean, we want to finalize the location. We're going to be trying to do that by the end of this fiscal year. We're going to have at least one more community conversation to go through what we find through our deep dive. We're also going to be developing some other funding options, hopefully. We're looking at a few grants with our friends from the Wilderness Society. They've been talking to the state and looking at the LWCF grant, for example, as possibilities. Once we have kind of a line on the funding, we'll be looking at, and of course have a location selected, we'll be looking to acquire land and apply for any entitlements we might need in order to actually have a park in that location. And then we'll be moving into design. So those 2 pieces together represent about 12 months. And as part of, during that time frame, we'd also like to have a steering committee on board to really create that sense of transparency in the process as we go through design. We'll still have community update meetings, but it's nice to have a group of people that are kind of really, much like the steering committee is for the sector development plan, that are kind of in the fold of the process on a month-to-month basis. And I think the other role that they will be leaning on them for is to really develop the materials for the way of restorative justice interpretive signage that will be worked through a designer, but we need that kind of baseline input. And in order to, just to return to the beginning, to tell that story, the story of Mountain View, the story of the environmental justice movement, and hopefully, this resolution that the board put together a year ago, we're grateful for, will be part, yet another chapter in that process and in that interpretive, sort of lineage, if you will. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Again, let's see, thank you to Commissioner Frank Baca, and also to all the rest of the members of the board, and of course, Mr. Chairman, because of being the sponsor of the resolution, and to the Mountain View community and to the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. I was just there this past week talking about this project, and they're very excited about it. And obviously to the Mountain View Community School principal, Catherine Ramsey and Daisy, and all the teachers and students that made this just a really amazing process. And then I just want to thank my colleagues, Andre Dixon, Ed Martinez, Jason Martinez, and part of my staff back here who stayed all night just to see this and support me in the process. So anyway, Aaron Birch and the illustrious Nick Rohrman, our public ally, who's been in every community engagement process we've had to date. So anyway, with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barney. Great presentation. Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Barbeau, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much. Again, so much props on the community engagement and engaging young people. I bet they loved engaging with you. You're so great at that, John and your team. Thank you for making sure that happened, that young people could be actually designing our future development. I'm interested about the locations. Were your first, like the 4 or 8 that you originally had, was it because you knew there was enough property there and then?
Those initial 8 were actually identified by the community, and then we've had 2 subsequent engagements since then that narrowed it to 4 and then to 2 coming out of that, so.
And then is the part of the opportunity with the Water Utility Authority that's that can be perhaps donated, intergovernmental agreement kind of lands that,
That's definitely a possibility. That's what we've heard. That's part of what this next process is, to kind of investigate what that would actually look like, and what what also acquiring a piece of property in the area around the elementary school might look like. So, and then bring that back to the community and say, okay, here's what we're looking at, in terms of cost, in terms of a timeline. Do we actually even have a location right now, that's ready to be, sold as is anyway, so anyway, and just kind of have them be part of the process of deciding this is it, or this is not it, and this is it, so anyway.
Great, thanks, and I love, those 2 locations sound great, what the community wants, and either of them are, neck to neck in votes. I absolutely love and think so important, so clever of you all to talk about this restorative justice trail, whatever you want to call it, right? We've heard probably on a million movies, you don't know where you're going if you don't know where we've been. And there has been injustices, environmental injustices to this community that has resulted in Superfund sites that can never be, repaired, and people buy that. I remember, taking environmental justice classes and hearing like, well, is it because that the site's already contaminated so that it's cheap enough for people to hope to own a home, but does that then make them forever live in a place where they are at risk of the things that they're exposed to in those areas? And so I just think the more we know, the more our future generations can know the truth, see the history of the area, then they can build the future needed. So I am super excited. I want to help fundraise for that Justice Trail. And I think I'm really glad that you're including that, and whoever's idea that was is excellent.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anyone else? Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Just a follow-up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the locations that you have are generic possible, or are those little green squares available for purchase? Or, are those targets locations, or are they specific?
So the green squares you're seeing there showed up in one of the previous plans. So the one in number 2 is a conceptual location for a park that was in the TOD sector development plan that Nick described as part of one of the plans that existed before now. From a sector development planning, long-range planning standpoint. The other green spot, it was actually in the pros plan. We did show, based on input, the first time around that there was some interest in a park somewhere along 2nd Street. We happened to just locate that kind of across the arroyo from again, it was just a conceptual location. They weren't specific. And that's the kind of work we need to kind of dig into at this point, and really, what are the possibilities? What are the potential timelines? And what are the potential costs? So.
Thank you. Just to follow up. So that's why I'm very glad that you're working with the sector development planning process, because all of that relates, right? So I'm glad to hear that. And what is the TOD plan? You said.
You
mentioned another plan.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Commissioner.
Let's bring up Nick. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baca, it's the transit-oriented development.
Oh.
It's the plan that's focused around the rail runner station.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Anyone else? You want to wait till the end? Okay. All right, let's keep going. Thank you, Mr. Barney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Last up is Technical Services to talk about their environmental improvement survey.
You said the magic key was Control L. I learned something this evening, so it's been a worthwhile evening in that in itself. So, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Dan McGregor. I am with Bernalillo County Public Works. I'm the Natural Resource Services Manager. AR 2024-34, which was sponsored by Commissioner Olivas, contained two important initiatives. You just heard about the second of those from John Barney regarding a park in the Mountain View community. The other initiative is an environmental improvement survey for the Mountain View neighborhood, and for which the Commission has allocated $250,000. Thank you, Commissioners, for providing the initial funding and for entrusting NRS with this environmental initiative. And thank you, Commissioner Olivas, for helping us in brief, then Commissioner-elect Baca, Commissioner Frank Baca, on this community request from the Mountain View community. And down there. Thank you. As pertains to the Environmental Improvement Survey, AR 2024-34 contains 7 elements that can be divided into 2 portions. The first is an environmental inventory portion, and then the second is a gap mapping analysis portion. The environmental inventory portion includes community engagement, environmental inventory and mapping, and aggregation of data and reports. Those elements, along with the sector planning and park planning, are foundational for implementing the second portion, or what NRS staff is calling the gap mapping analysis. The second portion, the gap mapping analysis, is intended to deal with county goals, projects, processes, and cost estimates, and it relies on the foundation of the initiating environmental inventory, along with the results of the sector planning efforts and the park planning efforts as well. The resolution allocated $250,000 to technical services to accomplish all 7 elements. On-call contractors provided 3 proposals, all of which were greater than $411,000. The resolution was adopted on March 19th, 2024, and an initial environmental record search was conducted in early April 24 to help prepare the scope of work for the environmental inventory. A draft scope of work was developed and sent for proposals in early September 24, and the scope was available for tabletop discussions at the Mountain View community meeting of September 25th of 24. Cost proposals were received in October, and the cost proposals were requested from 5 on-call contractors. 2 declined to offer because of uncertainties in the scope, and the others offers were from the 3 remaining contractors, again, all in excess of $411,000. Once the proposals were received, staff notified the sponsors of the initial resolution to discuss a potential path forward given the unexpected increase in costs. Staff began working on a revised scope of work that would match the allocated funding, but waited to reissue the proposal with a revised scope until we could brief the sponsoring commissioner, Commissioner-elect Baca, and until new on-call contractor selections had been approved, as the prior on-call arrangements were expiring in December of 24. The revised scope, which addresses the environmental inventory portion of this work, was sent for proposal on March 10th, and proposals were received yesterday evening. Pending issuance of on-call contracts and review of the proposals, staff will select a contractor to proceed with the revised scope of work, and that is anticipated to occur by April 30th of 2025. The revised scope is associated with a revised completion schedule, which I'll discuss momentarily. There were several considerations in staff's revised scoping efforts and decisions. Staff recognized that there were 2 overriding community outcomes for the resolution, those being a comprehensive data-driven assessment and actionable steps. The initial scoping review done in April showed that the aggregation of the status of permits, reporting, enforcements, and the number of agencies with potential data and reports and enforcement responsibilities was going to be complex and warranted concentration of the allocated funding of $250,000 to that effort. I do want to emphasize the mapping and aggregation effort are foundational and need to precede the efforts on developing the actionable steps. Given that primary consideration, staff revised the scope of work to meet the first desired community outcome, a comprehensive data-driven assessment. The path forward at this point is to utilize the revised scope effort to provide the work product items summarized here on the slide. Which will give the community, county staff, and others a single go-to source to locate relevant regulatory permits, data and reports for a given commercial property or business. That information is also provided in more detail in the briefing package in attachment 3 under the deliverable sections of the revised proposal. I'll pause for just a moment to let you review those 7 points in the work product. I won't go over into detail, but happy to stand for questions of those in a moment. Staff anticipates issuing the notice to proceed for the revised scope on or before April 30th, and the final work product will be available in October of 2026. Because staff is invested in strengthening our public outreach efforts, the intended public workshop dates and public comment periods have been included as part of the scope of work. These workshops will include an environmental consultant and environmental outreach specialist from the on-call contractor at each of the scheduled workshops. Public comments will be tracked, as will staff response or changes made in response to those comments. Planned commission updates are also provided, coincident with the work draft, preliminary draft, and final work product. The gap mapping analysis is not included in the current revised scope of work. Once the sector plan and parks plans are available and the environmental inventory has been substantially completed, meaning through the preliminary draft stage, staff will re-engage on scoping, costing, and providing a proposal for the final resolution elements. I did want to say thank you for your attention at the end of a very long evening. I do recall one meeting going to 10:30 under Commissioner Johnson's term. I still have the certificate for that. I also wanted to take a moment to say thank you to my peer managers and subject matter experts in NRS, parks, and zoning. I do want to emphasize, as you saw tonight, with my staff collaborating with Danette's on the IVMMP resolution, that we do work in an integrated manner, much like we did for the comprehensive plan. And we will continue to do so regarding both AR 2024-34 and the sector planning AR 2024-36. And this is evidenced by our commitment to be present at the various sector plannings with which Mr. Ham started this evening's discussions items. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. And I think I saw everybody up here say that we're going to try to beat that record, right? 10:30? Okay.
That was not a challenge, sir.
All right, questions, comments? Commissioner Frank Baca, in your district.
No, this has been an amazing journey. I wish I had something to do with it. Quite frankly, all the people on this dais with me started this. I remember reading about it in the newspaper, and I said, I'm not sure what or why, but, that was just, awesome. So I appreciate everyone here on this dais who began this process through the resolutions that we have. And then, of course, we all know there are so many challenges in that community. There's just so many challenges. And, there's a lot of reasons for that, and don't really need to belabor that or to explain why or go into it. We all know. But what's been interesting to me to learn is the resiliency of this community and how they've got together, they organized that committee. They have a spreadsheet of things that they're working on and names of people, and we've got a copy of that. It's just spectacular in terms of their, their coming together and do they always agree? Absolutely not, like any other community. But they are very dedicated, very resilient, and very determined. And then I would definitely have to thank the staff. I mean, they've risen to the occasion. You guys have all risen to the occasion in so many ways. And I've sent out emails from time to time. I hope you all got them because I wanted to express my gratitude for what you've done and going really above and beyond. And County Manager, I think you know that among your staff and what they've done in so many respects. It's just, what was going on, in my opinion, from the needs and the challenges to solutions was a big gap, and the gap was in trust with government and knowing whether or not or wondering whether or not there's a commitment to address those challenges. And I think for the most part that has been answered in the affirmative, and I think people are starting to realize that their community matters, their issues are important, and we're doing the best we can to address those. I mean, there's so many experiences I can think of over the last few months attending these meetings and really some brilliant strategies. And I remember asking a couple of and I don't really want to start mentioning individual names because I'd mention everybody in this room, about how do you come up with this? I mean, one of the first meetings I had, there were like 7 different booths or 8 different booths or 9 different booths with all this information, all these different projects. And I asked somebody, well, how'd you come up with it? Well, that's community organizing. Well, that is community organizing. And then the last meeting I went to, I got a kick out of with the, with the school kids, involving them. And I'm not sure that wasn't just a ploy to get free labor by, from our Parks and Recreation Department and some free consulting work and or not. I'm not sure how that all, but the dynamic at play it was just amazing. I know it's not over, a lot of work to be done. I just want to thank everybody for getting us to where we're at, from the commission to the staff and to the community members some of whom might be listening or some of whom might be reviewing this later on. They need to be credited for participating, for showing up, and not giving up, and just working really hard. There's probably a lot more I can say, but I guess the last thing I do want to say that, and I've talked about this for several, for months now before I even actually got on the commission, I guess, is I think this is actually a case study, if you will, on community organizing and how to approach and deal with these issues. And I hope it and I know that's I hope it becomes sort of institutionalized in some way in terms of a written document or resolution. And maybe we'll get to the point where you don't even really need that because this becomes part of who we are, part of our nature. And I'm not saying that's going to be necessary in all communities at all times, but in certain communities at certain times, this is the approach to take. So for everybody in this room that's had a part in that, which is, again, pretty much everybody except for me, I think. Thank you all for that, for your support, and we'll just stay at it and keep going. And I'm really happy and proud to be a part of this cheerleading group to support you and to encourage you. And I think we're gonna see some good outcomes of this for the community. So thank you again, everybody.
Well said, Commissioner. Madam Vice Chair.
I just wanted to ask a quick question, just so I'm up to date, and I thank you, those were, agree with everything said. On the part 1 and part 2, we're doing these 2, like environmental inventory and database and a gap analysis, and the community's gonna come up with these short and long-term goals. That's the point of this section around the environmental survey, sort of recognizing what's happened and have short and long-term goals to make improvements, specific improvements?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barboa, the way the resolution was written is it is an internal focused going through our county projects, processes, and identifying those things that we will be bringing to the community, and then also providing cost estimates for that. That said, part of the reason that we need to be a little behind where the sector planning is and where the park planning particularly is because some of those goals and projects that the community desires will come out in those processes. And we need those to inform us when we start our internal discussions to see where we need to adjust, where we need to align. So we need just that little bit of delay. I think in some ways this may actually prove out to be very beneficial for that. And I think it's going to very much help inform that end process.
Thank you so much, and I'm really excited about this multi-prong approach. Thank you.
It's hard to add anything else that the District 2 Commissioner didn't already say, but I was thinking about this agenda as I was looking over this, and I was sort of a little remiss to put this at the end because I felt like, man, we're really burying something that's really important and impactful. And I'm actually really glad it was at the end because it's such a hopeful note. Kind of like Commissioner Baca said, I talked earlier about the trust in government being so low. And this is an example of, hey, we can come together and do something really big and really impactful and do it in a really thoughtful and comprehensive way. And so I'm really glad that this was at the end, even though you guys probably aren't at the stage. But I think that was really meaningful. And I can just see the passion that all of you guys have. I see it in a lot of the items you present. But on this one, it was just really cool to watch everybody kind of talk with a lot of hope and a lot of energy about the good that you're doing, and you really are. And I just think it's incredible the work that you're doing, and what I've heard from Commissioner Baca and from others in that community, friends and supporters that I know out there, they're really happy with what you're doing, and sometimes they're as Commissioner Baca said, they have kind of been overlooked more often than not. And so they are programmed to be a little more skeptical for good reason. And so building that trust is huge, and you guys are meeting and exceeding the mark. And I'm just so grateful to have all of the staff here, the commission, and especially a District 2 commissioner that is really dedicated to this. I mean, that is so huge and important. To see him there and bought into this, it's just amazing to have such a strong partner in that district, and your community is incredibly well served to have that, especially this community. So I don't really have any questions. I'm really familiar, really supportive with what you're doing, and just can't wait to see this all come to fruition. And I think this is a really high priority project. So for what it's worth. Thank you. All right, I do have, before I announce the next meeting, I wanted to take a moment and just thank all of the staff here, the presenters, just everybody every night that comes out here. And tonight was kind of particularly that case because we had so many items where, you know, the commission had directed a report on the finances, this report on Mountain View, all this direction that's been given, and you all came back and you gave us some really great information, some great energy, some great discussion up here. And I just want to thank all of you for coming with that energy, those ideas, and you know, yeah, seriously. Yeah, let's give you guys a round of applause. But also to the staff that never gets acknowledged, and tonight was particularly troublesome, to Julianne, to our IT folks, to our custodial staff. These guys are the unsung heroes of every night, and particularly tonight when we had all these technical difficulties and stuff going on all day. I know it must be incredibly stressful, and you manage it so well, and you make us all look really good. So I just want to appreciate all of you. And so with that, our next commission meeting will be Tuesday, April 8th, a zoning meeting at 3 p.m. right here in these chambers, and Tuesday, April 8th at 5 p.m., our regular administrative meeting. And if there's no other business, this meeting is adjourned.